All right. Welcome, one and all to. How do I say this? This is an Xbox podcast. That should rile people up immediately, get them on edge, get them tweeting, get them
Oh
talking
man,
about it nonstop.
should we change the name of the show? This is an Xbox podcast.
This is an
Oh.
Xbox podcast. But yes, this is the Xbox 2 podcast. If you didn't already know, I'm one of your hosts, Randall Thor 19, the man with the million, and with us we have Windows Central's own Mr. Jez Corden, freshly off of his World of Warcraft podcast a couple days ago. Currently enjoying his ROG Xbox Ally X, the greatest thing since sliced bread if you hear him tell it. How's it going, buddy?
I'm rocking and rolling, baby. I have only just woken up, so this should be a nice, lively show. But yeah, I've had the last couple of days off. I've been working really hard on Xbox Ally content and getting the video out and doing all that stuff and ton of testing. So yeah, I suppose it's going to be a big topic of the show, no doubt. I mean, technically, it is Xbox hardware, whether people like it or not. So we're talking about
Some
that.
people definitely don't like it. That's for sure.
No, some people definitely don't like it. It's fun. I'm like someone who I was really critical of the This Is an Xbox campaign. Like when they announced that shit, I was just like, man, it's like uh this I wrote a whole article about it. It's like this is weird. It doesn't make any sense. Like it's sort of too early for me to say like this my phone is an Xbox, especially like this was even before like Xbox cloud gaming could stream your own games. And you're telling me like my phone is an Xbox now and stuff like that. So I wrote this whole article about it, but like I've turned around on it, Rand. I actually like that this is an Xbox campaign now. And do you know why?
Why?
Makes people fucking mad. And I think that's fucking funny.
I mean, it does make a lot of people mad. It is
It makes people mad, bro.
it makes people
Oh man.
hysterical, super
Yeah,
upset.
yeah, it's and I've just got like I don't know, Schadenfreude, this sort of like spiteful personality, I guess. And it's just so funny seeing like dudes launch into these huge fucking, you know, rants about it. And it's just like, actually, this campaign's kind of funny. Like people are talking about it. People are talking about Xbox probably more than they would have been otherwise. And yeah, it's not always positive, but I think it's fucking funny. So yeah, I've grown to it now. I've grown to it in a spiteful kind of way. I don't know if that's what you want from your marketing campaign, but hey, something, right?
I guess so. So what have you been doing all week? What's you just been sitting in bed playing your ROG Ally? Well, what's going on? What's the week been like for you?
Honestly, yeah,
Yeah.
dude. Like, I mean, we'll talk more about the ROG Ally in a minute, but honestly, that is what I've been doing. I've been lying in bed with the ROG Ally X and even the regular ROG Ally, and I've got a new addiction, man. I've got a brand new addiction. It's called Bull X Pit.
Mm.
I don't know if you've seen this
I've
game, but
seen.
it's like,
I saw Jen say she was playing it wrong for 2 hours.
oh, dude,
Or something, and then I
it's
saw some videos of it. I'm like, what is this?
it is
Is
it
it the
is
new?
such a
Is it the
strange
new
game.
craze?
It's a new craze, but it feels like it might have a longer tail than some of these other kind of craze games because like it is a slow burn, and like the more I play it, there's like, oh wow, there's more stuff. Keeps giving me new stuff. Like the Hades did. Like the more you play it, like the more layers of the onion you kind of peel back. It's like pinball mixed with Vampire Survivors mixed with I don't know, there's a base building mechanic and a roguelite stuff and a management stuff, and it's a lot of genres and even a bit of Tetris. There's like a lot of genres mixed together that you probably think this shouldn't work, but somehow it does, and it's so addictive. Graphics are fun, the music's fun, like the enemies sort of dance to the beat in the dynamic music, which is such a weird sort of thing. The whole game is just pure vibes, and it's just fucking fun. It's just pure fun, man. It's awesome. It's really really fun. So what you do is you just sort of like Vampire Survivors kind of thing. Um, you've got like a bunch of dudes who can shoot balls, and you can level up the balls and then combine the balls to make more powerful balls. kind of like in Vampire Survivors, how you can combine the powers, right? And it kind of creates these crazy combos, and you're shooting sort of enemies that are like Tetris blocks that are coming down to hit you. So you kind of like trying to aim the balls so they bounce in ways that do the most damage. It's just really addictive. Do you ever play like what was that game called? Bubble back in the day?
I mean, I played, yeah. I mean, I played it back in the day. Yeah, sure.
Puzzle Bubble, something like that. It kind of gives that kind of addictive sort of stuff. It's really awesome, man. And obviously, it's not 2D. It's sort of like retro 3D. It's sort of yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like stylized 3D, but it runs extremely well. Obviously, even on the base Ally, because it's like a simplistic looking game, and it's the perfect game to pair with your new Xbox Ally, especially if you've got the base model. So yeah, I've been just addicted to that, man. Just playing that nonstop for hours and hours. And then like you think like, oh, I'll just do one more run, just like Vampire Survivors, man. So I've been pretty happy. What have you been doing? What have you been playing, bro?
Well, the game that's being shown on screen is Little Nightmares 3. So I'm a big Little Nightmares fan, right? Love 1 and 2. I played I think I played 1 a couple times and I played 2 a couple times. Really, really enjoy those games. So I was really looking forward to 3 when it came out. And then they added online co-op to it for the franchise. And I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. I don't know if I ever, when I was playing the first 2 games, if I ever thought to myself, what would make this better? Co-op. Right? It's like, we'll see how that goes. Because one of my favorite games of this year is Split Fiction. Even though that came out early in the year, like March, it's probably my number 2 of the year right now. Even though all these games have come out that I played, there's this something incredible about Split Fiction that really no other game touches in like the gameplay design and gameplay department. The only game I have ahead of it is really Expedition 33. Everything else is below it. So it's like, okay, well, that's a game specifically made in mind for co-op. Like that is, you can't play that game single player, right? It would be a completely lesser experience in every way, shape, and form. Which is one of the reasons why they introduced like the friend pass stuff, where only one person needs to own the game, and then they can send the invite. The person can download the game and they can play it. So essentially, someone could play it for free. Which you've seen a couple games that are co-op kind of adopt that. I think like Lego Voyagers had a similar system. And honestly, I think maybe even Little Nightmares 3 has it as well. I'm not sure. Maybe it doesn't. I thought I saw maybe in the store. So when this game came out, I was like, all right, me and my buddy Gopher were going to play, because we play all the co-op games that we play together. So I was really looking forward to it. I love Little Nightmares 1 and 2. But I got to say, quite a disappointment, Jez. Quite a disappointment. I don't think my initial feeling of how this franchise isn't built for co-op was correct. Because it's really not. And it's really made apparent when you actually play this with somebody else. Because it just, like, the whole gameplay design of Little Nightmares, where it's kind of a puzzle platforming, like, game, but it's, like, slower paced. There's a lot of sneaking around from larger enemies and stuff. It's very methodical in how it approaches the stuff, and its storytelling, that it doesn't fit well into the co-op mold. And I think there's even like there's things that happen in the game, like you play as 2 characters, right? One of them has like a bow that they can use to hit buttons that are maybe high up or hit an enemy, and then the other character has a wrench. But the bow character is a lot more useful than the wrench character, and even when you're going through solving the puzzles, you rarely ever use the wrench for anything. It almost makes it seem like that whole thing was I don't know, decided upon later on. Like, the bow character is the main character, and you use it quite a bit. And the wrench character, it's not really used that much outside of like opening up a wall to continue. And for whatever reason, a lot of the game is just as you're watching on screen, you'll see scenarios where like you knock down a wall, and you'll just go through the next area and into another room and then into a vent, and it's rinse and repeat. And it's just, it wasn't really fun, to be honest with you, and that's hard to say in co-op, but it was just, we were just walking to the next thing and nothing interesting was happening. And sure, there's some cool art, design, but everything, and what I think happened here is the game, like the first two games are designed for single player. It's telling a story. They can make these more intricate puzzles. But when you make the game, when you make a single player game and then you shoehorn co-op in, which was what I think happened here, you can't have the complexity of puzzles that you used to. And the way you structure rooms is now you have to structure how levels move forward to make sure that both characters are there, because there's a lot of things that stop your progress. Like you have to have both people together to pull off a piece of wood or to open a vent. So you'll find that your progress is gated a lot because you need the other player. And I would say co-op just doesn't work for this type of game. Honestly, it just doesn't. And the reviews that came out for it, I understand. I'm probably even lower than the reviews. I think the reviews have it at a low 70. I'd say this game is probably like maybe even a 65. If I'm being generous, a 70. Because I felt like the first half of the game was just, it just wasn't fun. It just was sort of boring because of the way the game was designed with co-op. They like all the cool things that I felt Little Nightmares did in the past was sort of not present in this game. Now the game does get better in the second half of the game. They actually start introducing some cool mechanics in the third level and the fourth level, but they're so sparingly used that I was like, oh man, it was really cool, but why wasn't there more of it? I don't know, Jez. As a big fan of the franchise, I was just really disappointed in how the game was, and really reinforces my thought that this game, like this style of game, is just not meant for co-op. So, if you're a Little Nightmares fan, is it worth playing? I mean, eventually, you might have more fun playing in single player, so...
I was muted, but yeah, I mean, it's not the original devs, is it?
No, so that's the other thing. Supermassive Games made this game.
Yeah, so
it's not the original devs. Taser, they're doing something else. Bandai Namco, I believe, owns the IP. I believe, obviously the franchise has done well enough where they want to continue it on, even with another developer. But I mean, Supermassive Games is also a developer that their most recent stuff are all movie games, as one would call them, like Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures games, like The Quarry. They're all kind of those horror-ish, where you control a character, but it's really about choice and dialogue and that sort of stuff. There's what people would call gameplay isn't really there because that's not what those are about. So they've made this, but I really, really think co-op limited what they could do in this game. Especially when you think of
did you ever play Dead Space 3?
Yes.
Do you feel like it's a similar situation there? Because Dead Space 3 had the co-op stuff. Didn't really fit.
I think Dead Space
At
3 was just...
I didn't play Dead Space 3, but...
I think Dead Space 3 was bad for other reasons. I don't think Dead Space 3 was bad for co-op.
Right.
I mean, there's still fun. It just wasn't nowhere as good as Dead Space 1 or 2.
Fair enough.
I sort of feel like it's either you make a game strictly for... Because you can play this game single player, or you can play it co-op. But I think it's worse... like the idea of building co-op into
I'm
this
trying
game
to do both at once.
makes it a worse experience for everything. Where you have something like Split Fiction, which is a game strictly designed for co-op. Like you can't play it single player because it wouldn't work. And Little Nightmares has been a game designed for single player. They're like, all right, well, we need co-op for whatever reason. Bandai Namco wants multiplayer and all their stuff. So they put it in here, but you still need to offer a single player. So you have this AI character that runs around with you, which is perfectly fine. Like it always does what it needs to do. But the levels and stuff are all built with two characters in mind because it assumes you're playing with an actual other human person. And it really just screws up a lot. Like the way the levels are designed and everything. It's almost like a shell of itself.
I get what you mean. It's a shame to hear, I mean, because my girl, I've talked about my girlfriend and my sort of decade-long attempt to get her into gaming. One of the few games she has completed is Limbo, and the other one is Inside. So she does like those kind of games. I haven't tried her on Little Nightmares yet, but I was thinking like, oh man, she likes Limbo and she likes Inside. She likes side scrolling because it's like, I think it's easier to pass where you're moving to if you're not a gamer when it's side scrolling, right? And she likes the puzzle solving aspect of that stuff. So I was thinking like, oh man, Little Nightmares would be perfect for us to play. But it sounds like fell short, man. But I'll probably still try it anyway. But it's a shame because I'm also a big fan of the franchise. I think Little Nightmares 2 is amazing.
It's great.
It's kind of like an underrated, overlooked kind of gem, So I don't know.
I went back and I watched like the Little Nightmares 2 just to kind of get a sense because it's been a while since I played it. And I wanted to see like the level design of the first level versus the first level here in Little Nightmares 3. And it's night and day how much like better it is. And maybe that's like the difference in the devs. That Taser knew what they were doing and knew what they wanted to do versus Supermassive Games. Or maybe it was just the whole...
Doesn't Supermassive make Hades?
No, that's Supergiant.
Oh.
Yeah, Supergiant, yeah.
You can give me that mistake.
Can I, though? Can I? I don't know.
Massive Supergiant? Come on.
Supergiant. The makers of Bastion, Transistor, Pyre, Hades 2. You're gonna mix them up with the makers of Until Dawn and the Dark Pictures games? Really, Jez? Just because they have super in the name?
Come on.
Yeah. So, anyways, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us today, watching the show, whether you're here live with us on YouTube or watching later or listening to this on your favorite podcast app. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button if you're on YouTube, please. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And yeah, let's get some housekeeping done. We'll move on with the show, Jez. This week's episode is brought to you by the lovely people over at Surfstock who are protecting you online with the VPN. We got a deal for you, right, Jez?
We sure do have a deal for you, Rand. So, Xbox 2 Podcast is sponsored by the illustrious people over at Surfshock VPN. Link is in the description. Looking for a smarter way to stay safe online? Surfshock VPN is your all-in-one shield for private, effortless browsing. Whether you're streaming your favorite series, climbing the ranks in your go-to games, or just scrolling the latest trends, Surfshock keeps you covered with lightning-fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. Want true internet freedom? Surfshock breaks down digital walls with ease. No more geoblocks, no more limits. Unlock global content, explore without borders, and enjoy a smoother, cleaner web thanks to Surfshock's Clean Web feature, which blocks ads, trackers, and malware, all before they can slow you down. And with a strict no-logs policy and RAM-based servers, your activity stays exactly where it belongs, all with you. Plus, Surfshock's advanced encryption wraps your personal data in serious protection, giving you total confidence every time you connect. And here's the offer. Xbox 2 Podcast listeners get an incredible 86% off a 2-year Surfshock plan. Take back your online freedom. Hit the link in the description to get started. Search safely, surf securely, and surf with Surfshark. So, Surfshark VPN is awesome. Works on any platform. You can install it as an add-on on Edge or Chrome. You can install it at a router level and even block ads on your TV if you so desire. It lets you get around all sorts of government bullshit, stops them from tracking your stuff, stops them from asking for age verification, all that kind of bullshit. And it's available for just £2 a month, $2 a month with our lovely deal exclusive to Xbox 2 podcast listeners. So do check out that link in the description. And yeah, supports us, supports the channel, and support yourself with awesome encryption. So thanks a ton to Surfshark for sponsoring this podcast.
That's right. That's right. Man, you're using the VPN every day, right?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Is the VPN even something you could put on your ROG Ally X or no?
Yeah, it is.
It is?
It's a ROG Ally X, is a Windows PC. You could install it as an app.
Right, like because
you
could use it on your PC, but you can also then download the app on your phone. Because man, when I use the internet now is this. It's a far cry from what it used to be. Like going to different websites now sucks because you have these ads constantly, all the time. But you know, Surfshark, you can basically log into your account and download the app on your phone and then get rid of all that stuff. And,
yeah,
you
can download it on your phone. If you download it on your phone, it covers the whole device. If you install it on the web browser, which is what I do, I just turn it on as and when I need it. So, like, for example, when I'm in Germany and I don't get the full complement of WWE shows, I turn it on, and then boom, I've got UK Netflix, which has all the WWE shows. I think even America, you don't get all the shows on Netflix, but you do if you VPN to the UK. You know, Netflix doesn't block that stuff because they don't give a shit. It's up to the rights holders to bother to deal with that. But they can't deal with it because VPNs are completely free, you know, completely legal and free to do stuff like that. So it's an awesome service, man. And it's way faster than competitors I've used. Like some of the competitors I've used are just faster. And also, like, there's a lot of fraud that comes with free VPNs. So you can get like free VPNs, but there was a big case in the UK recently where people were using a free VPN and they had like their password stolen and shit like that. So, you know, Surfshark's independently verified and all that kind of stuff. So, you know that with them, you're going to be safe regardless. There's an accountable company at the end of that VPN. Whereas, like, if you use a free VPN, it's like, oh shit, who's actually getting my data? You don't know. Because when it's free, you are the product. But, I mean, this is almost free. It's $2 a month. It's like a no-brainer, man.
That is true.
I do love that shit.
We also have the wonderful Xbox 2 patrons over at patreon.com/XB2. You did an interview with the developer this past week. I believe that.
Yeah, New Blood Interactive. Yeah, that's right.
That was up. The question and answer thread is up for those that want to drop us a line. We'll answer at the end of the show, as we always do. We have some shout-outs here for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got 09C Mine, Adam Bartolo, Army Dude 52C, Asa T, and Madison, Battered Haddock, Briggs Country, Bright Tundra 1, Silas, Discarded Caboose, DZ Huffin, Fantasticals, Foreign Object, Glenn, Governor Grimm, Holy Dark Death, I Mike Zero, Inner Machine, James Moore, James Wiseau, Justin Duel, Katrox, Laserwolf, Pat Rock, PB Bro King, Resin Force, RS Donk, Scarcely Relevant, Sean Kramer, Shrapnel, Steve Stompy, Tricks Are for Trey, Tier, Ools. I was like screw up saying that because I'm not sure how exactly it's supposed to be pronounced. Wagerman and Wolfgang.
I'll find out.
KPZ. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support me and Jez here on the Xbox 2 podcast. So, yeah, Jez. Anything that, you know what? I'm going to start with something near and dear to my heart. You ready?
Oh, no, it's not books, is it?
No. We don't talk about books on the show unless people ask about them. Although, yeah, you know, people ask for recommendations or whatever, I'll give them. Splinter Cell. I'm going to start with Splinter Cell first and foremost. You know how much I love Cell. Yeah, you know how much I love Splinter Cell, right? And you might be thinking to yourself, what do you mean Splinter Cell? There's no game coming out. That's true. I mean,
shit is a dead franchise, bro.
But that dead franchise just had a Netflix show, Jez.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did I not know about this?
Well, I don't know, but Netflix just released the Splinter Cell Death Watch anime, which is an 8-episode season over on Netflix, which I watched immediately because I am such a big fan of Splinter Cell, and we hardly ever get Splinter Cell content, and I'm constantly pissed off at Ubisoft. Remember this past year, before the showcase, when they were like uploading screenshots of old-ass Chaos Theory Splinter Cells, and we're all like, wait a minute, why are they doing this? It's right before the showcase, not just Xboxes, but like, you know, Keeleys and stuff. And I got everybody super hyped because, like, there's no reason to do this. What are you doing? And we all sort of thought, well, maybe they're going to announce the Splinter Cell remake that supposedly is in development. And they didn't. And they're still just teasing everybody about it. And it's like, well, here's a show, an anime from Netflix. And it's like, well, there's got to be a game in development here. So I watched it, 8 episodes. It is canon to the games. It does take place after the last game, like Blacklist, but a little bit further along in the future because it's Wolverine and how like there's like an old man Logan where like Wolverine gets old. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
This is old man Sam because Sam Fisher is definitely older in this, and he's voiced by Liv Shriver. So obviously not Michael Ironside because I believe he passed away not that long ago. So you can't have the iconic voice. I didn't really know what to think of this going into it, right? Now, I will say that like Netflix TV shows and anime stuff is usually a lot better than their movies. Netflix movies usually are quite bad, unless they're like K-pop Demon Hunters or something, but the TV shows and like anime stuff can be quite good. So I went into it just being like, I'm a Splinter Cell fan. I'm going to watch this. Hopefully more people do, and that like Ubisoft realizes they made a mistake and they need to have a Splinter Cell game out soon enough. I know, let me cry into my Cheerios because we haven't gotten one in forever. We barely ever get any stealth
and
games.
You are never getting one.
So it's like 8 episodes long, and the episode's like 20 minutes, 23 minutes, so it moves by really quickly. And I gotta say, Jez, it's actually pretty good. It's bloody. It's violent. Ooh. It's exactly the sort of thing you would probably even like.
Ooh.
And it doesn't
Even if I've not played the games?
Yeah, you don't really need to play the games. I mean, you know who Sam Fisher is, and you know this is a thriller espionage thing, so...
He's a fisherman, right?
Yeah, he's a fisherman. But,
yeah, I know him.
Yeah, it's like a thriller espionage. Something's going on. They need to kind of figure it out. You know, fights happen. They get chased. People are shooting them. It's kind of gory, but it's really overly violent, which it needs to be. Which I think even in one of the like posters says from the creators of John Wick. And when I was watching it, the first couple episodes, I thought to myself,
John Wick?
Yeah. When I was watching, I was like, oh, well, because I think they mean like directed by people that work with John Wick on the movies. And that like was kind of my first thought when I was watching it was, man, this is like an anime version of John Wick. Like the fights go crazy. So,
I thought he was supposed to be stealthy.
Well, he does stealth, but obviously a lot of that will end up where like, stuff went wrong, so now you got into a fight, and plus Sam's older now. But yeah, so it ended up being, quite good. And it got renewed for season 2, which thank God, because season 1 ended with a cliffhanger. So we got Splinter Cell's back, baby. Maybe not in the format that me and you wanted or anybody in chat wanted, but it's worth watching.
Leave it dead for all I care.
No, bring it back. I mean, sacrifice World of Warcraft for it. I'll sacrifice anything Jez likes to bring back Splinter Cell.
What?
Yeah,
That's mean, bro.
You've had Splinter Cell you've had World of Warcraft for how long now? 15 years? 20 years?
20 years.
Yeah, get rid of it. Put it in the fire. We don't need it anymore. You've had 20 years. You've had your time with it. It's time for new things.
Oh man, dude, Splinter Cell is not new.
I mean, it basically is.
Splinter Cell.
It basically is new.
Man, look, this is market forces at work here. The people crave World of Warcraft. Nobody craves Splinter Cell. If people crave Splinter Cell, Ubisoft would have done it, bro.
Yeah.
You know, because Ubisoft's got a finger on the pulse about what people actually want from games, right?
Yeah, Ubisoft, your favorite company. I did just see like a story. It was the Assassin's Creed boss left Ubisoft, but it sounded like it wasn't his decision or something. So I don't know what's really going on. over there.
Yeah. There's all kinds of weird shit with Ubisoft, man.
Yeah, because they started that new company.
Yeah.
So who knows what's going on? But Splinter Cell, definitely, I recommend if you're a fan. If you just need something to watch that's not going to take you a lot of time, I definitely recommend it. I quite enjoyed myself. I watched it over, it was like 2 nights, Jez. I basically watched 4 episodes one night and then 4 episodes. And you start it, and before you know it, it's over because the episodes are like 20, 23 minutes. So you just start it up, and before you know it, it's the end. You're like, oh, okay, let me move on to the next. But it was a good watch. It was a good watch. So maybe this leads into a show or to the remake eventually. But it is nice to have Sam back, and Liv Schreiber did a good job. I mean, obviously can't be Michael Ironside, but I thought he did a pretty good job as Sam.
Are the games like available on Xbox backwards compatibility?
I don't know if they are.
Maybe someone in chat knows. Like,
which one? Like, because
it does
the
feel like
360
kind of game
games?
that I would, yeah, or any of them.
Well,
to
I
be
mean,
honest.
I think because
I don't even know.
Splinter
haven't
Cell,
played
Pandora Tomorrow, and Chaos Theory are OG Xbox games. Double Agent is both an original Xbox game and a 360 game. Conviction's a 360 game. And then I think the last one was Blacklist, and that also is a 360 game. That came out in 2013. So there wasn't any Splinter Cell games last generation. And it doesn't, and I mean, it's starting to look like there may not be any this generation.
Damn.
Because there was reporting that came out recently that both the PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox are targeting a 2027 release. Now, I don't know about that.
Isn't that what I said in my article?
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, you've said that for quite some time, but obviously not the PS6 part. But that's, I mean, you look at PlayStation.
No, I don't cover PlayStation.
Yeah, but you look at PlayStation, it's like, the PS4 was what? 2013 to 2020, 7 years. Even the PS3 was 2006 to 2013, 7 years. So
I wish I did have PlayStation sources because I get way more clicks, but unfortunately I only have Xbox sources, and they've always told me 2027 was the landing strip.
But here's the thing though. How's this possible? I was told the next Xbox was canceled. I was told this. The internet told me these things 2 weeks ago. Both it's weird because we do the show Fridays, which we love doing it on Fridays, so people can listen to it over the weekend and enjoy it if they want to. But the last 2 weekends, or Mondays, or whenever you do get a chance to unwind and listen to it, it's a 4-hour show usually. But man, the last 2 weekends were just abound with Xbox rumors from forums, from Reddit, from everywhere. And it's kind of crazy when it all kind of stemmed from the whole Game Pass price increase. Like that happened, and I know people are kind of already suspicious. Maybe not suspicious the right word, but down on Xbox.
I think it is suspicious.
I'm not talking about the suspicious. I'm not talking about people making the rumors being suspicious. I'm saying I think people were suspicious of Xbox, like with the price.
People are suspicious of Xbox and their strategy.
Sure.
Like that is one of the issues.
Right, because they raised the price of the consoles twice, and it was like, oh, here's the best thing about Xbox Game Pass. Now we're pricing it really high, and that really people turned on Xbox super quickly.
They did,
and all of a sudden, rumors just every weekend. I sort of wonder what rumor is going to propagate this weekend, where, yeah, and then I see people they'll say because how does that work? Because there are people being like, PR doesn't work on the weekend. How can they get a response? And they don't know anything, or blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, isn't it just like you just email somebody for a response and they email you back and be like, here it is? Is that
Yeah,
how that works?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, basically, yeah, PR doesn't work at the weekend, but Microsoft, like any company, has workaholics, you know, and I know who the workaholics are. So, you know, shout out to the Xbox PR workaholics. So, like me, who I don't technically work on the weekend, but for this, I would work on the weekend. And for them, who are also workaholics, they will also work on the weekend. So I email the people who I know are checking their emails while they're trying to have a day off. Sorry. Email me back. You know, there were people who were saying like, "Oh, Jez made this up," and it's like, bro, how fucking dumb would I have to be to fake a response from Microsoft PR? Do you know how fast you get blacklisted for saying that, like, for attributing something to a company that never said anything? Are you fucking stupid? So yeah, obviously, like, the PR are humans. You know, they're not robots. And a lot of them will work weekends if you know it, if you know the people at the email. When you've been doing this for so long, you just learn the kind of people who, you know, and shout out to them, the very, very hard workers who genuinely care about the job, you know. But also thanks for all the clicks, you know. I know who to email if I want a response at the weekend. So that's what I did, you know, did the journalistic thing. I say I'm not a journalist, but I'm pretty good at it sometimes. And that's how we got the fucking response out of them.
Yeah, two Sundays in a row, right?
2 Sundays in a row, and there was, like, you know, a big misinformation campaign 2 Sundays in a row. So that's kind of where it comes from. I think when it comes to correcting misinformation as well, like, if it's just some bullshit that I want to ask them, like, I don't know, like, for example, one story I've got coming next week is like, it's about the age verification in the UK that's coming. So Xbox in the UK now has to do, if you're a UK user on Xbox, you have to do age verification stuff, right? So I sent them an email about that because I don't know if you saw this, Rand, and this is another great reason to use Surfshark VPN. Rar, is when Discord added age verification, and they've added age verification like beyond the UK as well. They've just been that a lot of these companies expect that age verification is just going to be a global thing eventually. So they've been rolling it out by default. And Discord used a sort of cheap service to do this. And guess what happened, Rand? That cheap service got hacked.
Mm-hmm.
And that cheap service leaked everyone's government IDs, and it's GG, right? The thing that people said would happen absolutely happened with Discord. But I wanted to reach out to Microsoft, and I was like, you know, is this going to happen to you guys? Like, how are you guys going to stop this from happening as well? And that's the kind of thing that I don't think they would reply to on a weekend, because it's like, you know, it's not timely. When it comes to correcting misinformation, which is what was happening, they will reply, you know, if you know the right people to email, you know, the workaholics, shout out to them. Like myself, bit of a workaholic sometimes. And yeah, of course they would respond in that situation. So yeah, I've got an article about that, about the age verification coming out next week. But yeah, there was a huge wave of misinformation. And, you know, it's easy to blame Microsoft for this to some degree, because Microsoft's inconsistency as an entity, as a company, is off the scale. You know, people always talk about Windows Phone. Windows Phone had tens of millions of users, not billions of users like an Android, but it had tens of millions of users, and they threw it away like it was nothing. You know, they threw it away like it was nothing.
It was nothing, but yeah.
Yeah, so Xbox has less users than Windows Phone did. So, like, it's easy to kind of assume that Microsoft would throw away Xbox like it was nothing. Obviously, Windows Phone didn't make very much money, because who's buying an app on a Windows Phone? Pretty much nobody. There was no monetization mechanism for Windows Phone, and that's why it ultimately got shut down.
It also had basically no market share. What was his market share? 1%?
I think it was like 4%.
Yeah,
but
either way,
that 4% is tens of millions of users.
Yeah, well, in the grand scheme of things, not really.
Yeah, like Android has 3.3 billion users.
You just love the Windows Phone. You just romanticize about it,
do, man.
How important it was back then. You know.
No, let me have it. Let me have it, bro.
Fine, you can have that one.
Yeah, I can have it, but that I'm just using it to illustrate a point that Microsoft, like, on the surface, it's like, come on, you had tens of millions of, yeah, it wasn't the biggest platform in the world, but it still had tens of millions of users. And you extrapolate from Windows Phone having tens of millions of users, and then what else has tens of millions of users? Xbox. But yeah, people on Xbox are buying games at $80 a pop, and they're also subscribing and stuff like that. Nobody on Windows Phone was actually contributing any money to the business. So that's why Windows Phone got shut down. It didn't make any fucking money. Xbox does make money despite having a smaller user share. So that's why Xbox still exists. But it's still easy to look at things like Windows Phone or, any of their other products and just sort of like, well, Microsoft is a sort of fair weather company. Satya is faddy, and he's vocally faddy. He's like, one day he'll be like, oh yeah, we're all fucking Satya literally said this. We're all in on the metaverse. Satya literally said that in interviews during build, when they were working on HoloLens and all that kind of stuff. He literally says things like this and then just abandons them. Whereas like other companies do this too, but I don't think as prolifically as Microsoft does. Like Apple had its own sort of VR headset, which is also rumored to be cancelled now. The Meta, what's it called? The Apple Vision Pro, whatever.
Apple Vision, yeah.
Yeah, Apple Vision Pro, which is like $4,000 or something. That is cancelled as fuck, and Apple's cancelled shitloads of other products too. But
Apple was going to make a car at one point, weren't they?
Yeah, they were going to make a car. They were also going to make a video game console. They poached a lot of Xbox engineers. I was working on a story about that, actually, that they were poaching Xbox engineers to make their own sort of Apple TV sort of console thing for a while, but I think that's cancelled too now.
I mean, I know there's rumors that it still might exist in some form, and maybe we'll see it soon or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, like other companies have been inconsistent too, but I don't think as prolifically as Microsoft, because Microsoft's got like this hugely diversified business where they try out loads of things like the Microsoft Band, they have the Zune music player, and all this kind of stuff. It's like there's so many examples of Microsoft dipping their toes in, and also like Cortana, Invoke Speaker, and all this kind of stuff. There's loads of examples of Microsoft experimenting and bringing a product to market and then canceling it. So I think there's just more so than Apple and Google. There's like a lot of examples of Microsoft trying to do things and then giving up on it. So I think it's easy to spin that narrative that Xbox could be something that they commit to the chopping block. But when you actually look at their financials, Xbox makes a shitload of fucking money. It makes a ton of money. Unlike Windows Phone, unlike Zune, unlike the Microsoft Band, or any of these other cancelled things, Xbox makes a ton of fucking money. Whether you want to talk about like different parts of it or whatever, it's a different discussion, but it still makes a ton of money, and it's bigger than Windows itself. So I don't think Xbox is going anywhere. But I think the debate is like people look for the weaknesses, and they look for the things that you could sort of like call into question. Whether you're like an actual hater or you've just got an agenda, you just want to get some clicks, be negative online and just get some clicks out of it. Whether a blogger or a YouTuber or whatever, Microsoft sort of makes it easy because they try so many different things and then they have this inconsistent messaging. They say it's only 4 games and then it's not 4 games and stuff like that. I think you've said before, Rand, that Xbox talks too much sometimes.
They have.
So
yeah.
Xbox kind of makes this issue for themselves, but at the same time, it's like, I kind of don't want Xbox to stop innovating and trying new things. So it's kind of the trade-off, right? But yeah, Xbox is going nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, 2 weekends ago, it was, I think, like Xbox hardware was canceled. Yeah. I think that was the rumor, which then they came out and said, no, we're still actively investing in our first-party stuff, and
They literally announced that like a few weeks before that rumor.
Well, it was like 3 months before with Sarah Bond made the announcement, and AMD, Lisa Su also made their kind of thing about whatever the chips they're doing. I know like Moore's Law's dad has been reporting on Xbox Magnus, which is supposedly like AMD code name or whatever it is for the next console, which supposedly is going to be way more powerful than the PS6, but also because of it way more expensive. I mean, we're expecting like an expensive Xbox next generation in a couple years. Although I got
more information about that.
Okay, well, hit us up. What's some info? Tell us.
Mm,
Tell everybody what's the info.
it won't be the most expensive Xbox.
What do you mean by that? So it won't be more expensive than the current 2 terabyte thing, Series X, that currently goes for, I believe, 800.
Well, I mean, look at the Xbox Ally, right?
Okay,
Xbox Ally is $1,000,
sure.
and then you've got the Xbox Ally base model, which is
500.
$600,
That's Is it
$500. I can't
500 or
remember exactly.
600? Either way,
I don't know.
the most
Something
expensive,
something.
I guess, if you're including the ROG, which is an Xbox branded device, sure, that is the most expensive one at $1,000 US.
Basically, there will be a plurality of options for all price points for all people.
A plurality,
So
meaning more than one.
a plurality.
So what
Multiple
are we
Xboxes.
looking at the Series X, Series S situation once again?
Oh no.
Potentially? No.
Oh no, bro.
No.
Series X, Series S, Series Z, Series Y, Series P, Series Q, Series B, A, Z, L, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah, I don't know how many are coming. But basically, OEMs are involved. So there's going to be multiple Xboxes for multiple price points. What I've heard is Microsoft's Xbox might sit in the middle. And you might have Asus make a $2,000 Xbox.
Okay.
That's really fucking powerful, runs all your Xbox games, but also functions as a high-end PC. So it has backwards compatibility with the Xbox ecosystem, and it'll run all the games that you own today, but it'll also function as a fucking 5090 grade computer,
Okay.
with whatever AMD APU they're putting there. So you're gonna have like a lot of stuff to pick from.
Interesting.
If it works.
So Xbox will make their own, kind of like as a showcase to show.
Xbox will be the reference device, the sort of
kind of like
perfect
how
Xbox.
Surface was, or in a way for
Yeah.
the other OEMs.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. So actually, you say the Xbox will sit in the middle with their own device, and then there
It'll
might
still be
be,
powerful, but I think
that's-
there'll be an absurdly powerful Xbox.
but then there's potentially OEMs that will be even more powerful and more expensive, and then potentially ones that will be less powerful and less expensive.
Yes,
Interesting.
that's what I'm expecting.
Interesting. And how does it fit into this report that supposedly Microsoft is moving Surface production out of China, and they might do the same for Xbox, which is probably something you got to consider doing, considering the trade war that's going on between
Tariff.
China and the U.S. and stuff. So
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to look into whether this impacts Xbox or not. My assumption is that it will, but I haven't got any hard evidence of that. So like Microsoft might have like some kind of hard contract where it's like we've got to stay in this factory for so long, and then we can move out later. I haven't been able to get a statement out of Microsoft about what the plans are for Xbox specifically, but stay tuned for that. But I do think they need to diversify their sort of manufacturing.
Yeah,
I mean, PlayStation, Nintendo already did this.
mhm.
Xbox has been late to the party because Xbox is sort of like we know hardware is not a priority for Xbox. It's sort of like it's something they do in addition to everything else, selling software. So Microsoft's hardware distribution and their hardware mentality is kind of in transition at the moment as we move towards an OEM oriented kind of model. So I guess this hasn't been a big priority for them, but I think they were hoping that they would weather it and it would like eventually go away, but it's not going away. I think Trump and China are now going to war over rare earth minerals, which is just going to keep the drama ongoing. So, yeah, I think Microsoft's just been like, yeah, we've got to move out of China, move to Vietnam or India or, one of these other countries that manufacture things.
Yeah,
Be nice if they did it, in America, but I don't. If you
it would take. I
manufacturing
mean,
Xbox in America,
sure, it'd be
very
nice,
expensive.
but also it'd probably take way too long to spin up
It'd be so
a
expensive
plant
too,
and then
'cause- yeah.
train the people and whatever.
Americans expect more money from their wages. That's what it's about, right? Like we've sort of like the last few decades, Westerners like Brits and Americans and whatever, we've kind of grown accustomed to this idea of cheap technology. Like if you go back to the 80s or the 70s when a lot of the manufacturing was in America, was in the United Kingdom or some of these Western countries, when adjusted for inflation, like TVs or like your Mac, a Macintosh computer costs like $15,000 when adjusted for inflation, because the cost of living is different, and the wage expectations are just different. It's just the reality of the situation. So when they move manufacturing to a lot of these countries where the cost of living is lower, which means like people can survive on a lower wage, for better or worse. It's just the reality of the situation. I'm not passing judgment over anything, but it's just cheaper to manufacture things over there, mathematically speaking, you know, and um, and that's why com- companies and consumers prefer devices that are manufactured over there. That's just the reality of the situation. So yeah, and now we're sort of moving away. The philosophy is like, let's bring manufacturing back to America, but then you bring manufacturing back to America like it was in the 70s, and you bring the prices back to America like it was in the 70s. You can't have it both ways. You can't have China prices and also American manufacturing.
Right.
So in order to get around that, they're looking at India, they're looking at Vietnam, they're looking at other countries that do have tariffs, but not to the same degree, because I think there's a lot of anxiety in the Trump administration and also like within American tech companies about China's economic power. I don't think there's as much fear about Vietnam or India and stuff like that, at least not today. That could very well change in the future, but at least not today. So that's just what's going on. That's the sort of chalkboard analysis about what's happening right now. But Sony and Nintendo have been really quick to move on that, whereas Xbox has been much slower. I
Right.
don't know if Xbox is going to take advantage of that, but we'll find out in the coming weeks. I no doubt.
And then this past weekend was the rumors about Xbox being pulled from stores. People had kind of
Yeah,
posted on Reddit and other places, being like, "Hey, my local Walmart doesn't is removed all the Xbox stuff, and they say it's going to be removed from everywhere." And someone else says the Target stuff, and so people go to their own stores, and some of them are like, "Yeah, it's gone," and then some people are like, "No, it's all here," and they don't know what's going on. I know Destin Legary did his own investigation into it and posted to be like, "Hey, it's all still here," and they say they don't know what the heck. That they haven't heard from corporate. People were quick to also being like, "You're a shill, Destin. It's clearly what's going on here. You're just paid by Microsoft or whatever." And then you reached out to Microsoft and they gave you a response on Sunday, right? What did they say? So what's going on with the store situation?
So I don't have the quote exactly to hand, but they said something that the Microsoft spokesperson says something along the lines of Target and Walmart remain committed partners for Xbox retail presence, blah 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 blah, something like that. Basically, they're just saying like Target and Walmart haven't officially pulled out of stocking Xbox stuff, and then there was another post which someone from Xbox PR linked me. Someone posted on Reddit that the reason it seems like Target and Walmart are pulling out is because they're changing up the branding of some of their booths to align with this is an Xbox market. So it's there are some the reason this sort of like emerged is probably because someone saw that someone maybe with an agenda saw that Target and Walmart were taking down their Xbox booths to update it with this is an Xbox vernacular, right? And then they're like, oh shit, that means Xbox is cooked. Everyone hates Xbox Online. So let's get some Reddit karma from doing this, right? Um, but it's just not true. Xbox is not being pulled out of Target and Walmart. But I will say this: it's been very damaging. That story. I think the Gamer reported on it initially. Now, thegamer.com is it's a website part of Valnet, and they're kind of known for not doing real journalism, just kind of reblogging shit, and just all the writers there are probably underpaid, and they've got quotas and things like that, because that's kind of how Valnet operates. Like any site that's owned by Valnet is kind of not really properly journalistic. It's more like sensationalism and stuff like that, right? So um, the workers there they're doing what they need to do in order to get paid, which is fair enough. But I'm doing what I do to get paid, which is debunk misinformation. And the gamer was peddling misinformation for clicks. That is exactly what was happening there. And So hit up Microsoft. Microsoft's like, yeah, this is misinformation, but the damage was huge, Rand. And I tell you
Was it?
how I know the damage was huge. When I was in the gym, because I've started going to the gym. You guys know this, right? I've
Mm.
started going to the gym.
This sounds made
I
up.
keep having
This sounds made up.
no, yeah,
This is a made up
I
story.
keep yeah, I keep having to tell people that I'm going to the gym just so I believe it myself. But yeah, I've been going to the gym recently. I'm sticking to it. I'm not going loads. I'm going like once a week. I know I'll ramp up maybe, but going once a week right now in my sort of I've never been to the gym before, so it's hard work for me. I'm going once a week, but there were people in the gym talking about the Xbox price increase and Xbox canceling hardware and all this shit. So I kind of feel like if normies in public are talking about this, and sure, it's anecdotal, qualitative evidence. It's not exactly, quantitative evidence. But if normies in public are talking about this, I kind of feel like there's some damage being done here. Um, so like when you combine misinformation with the sort of the distaste that people have for Xbox right now, and it's earned distaste, layoffs, price rises, all that kind of shit, anti-consumerism, anti-employees, while also posting record profits. So it's not like Microsoft's like struggling. It's not like their profits are down. They're still posting record profits, and they're going to post record profits again. I bet you at the end of the month when they post their quarterlies. I bet you they post record profits again. Um, it's like you said last week, line goes up, right?
Line goes
Line
up.
goes up. And people are sick of that mentality, that corporate mentality from all these companies. They're sick of it. And Microsoft is literally the epitome of that. They're creating a bubble with their AI bullshit. And, and when that bubble bursts, it's going to fuck the economy. So I think there's plenty of reasons to be mad at Microsoft right now, objectively speaking. But at the same time, it's become a breeding ground for misinformation, which, hurts our community, it hurts customers, and it hurts developers who are trying to, sell games on the Xbox store. So I like to cut through that. People get mad when you cut through that, Ran. People get mad at you. Like I had people on Twitter mad at me for correcting the misinformation because they were enjoying the narrative that Xbox is dead,
Sure.
Xbox is dying, all that
Sure.
kind of bullshit.
I mean, you look at it, and I could understand why people would believe it because you look at all the moves they've done recently, right? Like raise the price of the consoles twice, so they're like ridiculously expensive for what they are at this point in time. Shutting down studios, doing a whole bunch of layoffs, then raising the price of Game Pass Ultimate. We already know like physical game presence for Xbox is really not, it's kind of dwindling. Like you see a lot of like indie games when they do physical releases don't even bother because as they say like nobody really buys physical stuff, physical games on Xbox anymore. So you look at all that stuff and it's like, yeah, everybody knows the Xbox consoles aren't selling good and the prices are super high. And it's like, well, they're multi-platform, right? Their games are going to be on Switch and PlayStation. So for a lot of people, it's like, what's the point of an Xbox console? So they see all this stuff and they just assume like, well, they're not going to make another one because why would they? So when they see the rumors of Xbox Next Gen console canceled, they're like, well, yeah, that makes sense because nobody's buying it now. This one's going to be more expensive, so less people would buy it. Plus, they were supposed to do a handheld and they're not doing it now. So I could see people who wouldn't really know any better
Are they
being
not
like,
doing it, Rand?
My stance on the Xbox handheld. It's not happening.
I think it's happening, bro.
Whatever. As of right now, it's not happening. But I'm just saying, I could see how somebody who sees all that stuff is like, yeah, well, obviously the next course is like they're just gonna get out of hardware completely. They're just gonna focus on their games on other platforms. They're gonna do the cloud stuff and all that, and that's how it's gonna roll. I could see people being like, yeah, that makes sense for what they want to do. So I'm not surprised that people are like, well, yeah, like the console's gonna be canceled. I don't think, like I always said, like it doesn't really make any sense to cancel the console at this point. There's reasons why you need to keep it alive. I do think it is like the last console Xbox ever makes themselves. Granted, OEMs may continue to do it, whatever. And then like you have the store stuff because I do think like the the store situation is like with, them getting moved out of Costco's and getting moved out of Sam's Clubs or whatever. Like the Xbox consoles, since they aren't moving, they take up like space on store shelves, and it's like if there isn't any demand for it, a lot of these retailers are gonna be like, well, we got other things we need to sell.
Well, doesn't that kind of suggest that there is demand for it if they're keeping it?
Well, I mean, I think Costco and Sam's Clubs aren't though.
I don't know about Sam. I've never heard of Sam's Club, but I know with regards to Costco that there was something. It's something to do with the wholesale price that's an issue for them because of their business model.
Maybe.
So.
But I'm not sure how many people go to
Club.
go to Costco anyways to buy electronics, right? I think most people would buy those video game stuff from the Best Buys or the Amazons or the GameStops. Target and Walmart at probably lesser degree, but that's the big retailer stuff. So, like I said, people look at that and they're like, well, yeah, they see the pictures, they like anecdotally, like, yeah, that all makes sense. And well, it's like, well, you kind of sit there and be like, well, maybe it does. Maybe it's like individual stores. It's not like a corporate message like get rid of all the Xbox stuff, but maybe there's some stores,
like some
smaller
stores,
hey, you know what? Xbox doesn't sell here in our area, so we're just going to get rid of it. But I'm sure there are other places where it does sell well, so they're going to keep it. I think it's all probably just like your mileage, may vary, and it's depending on store and region rather than just like an overarching, hey, Target basically told all Targets to drop this product. It's just like it's probably certain stores in certain areas. Like if you talk to people that work at GameStop or whatever, some stores will sell a bigger percentage of Xbox stuff than PlayStation stuff. That's just like the people in that area and what they consume and how they consume it. And there are other places that are like more strongly, PlayStation or Nintendo. It's just how it is. And if you're in an area where it's just Xbox predominantly doesn't sell well in that area, they probably will remove its presence,
Well, dude, here's an example, a real life example of this. There is nowhere in my town in Germany to buy a PlayStation. Do you know why?
Why?
There's a small fucking town, and no one wants to buy consoles and shit from some random ass little shop in Germany.
Right.
So you can buy PlayStation cards, you can buy Xbox cards, you can buy Nintendo cards and Steam cards, but you can't buy any sort of hardware because, it's a small town. So if Xbox is like the lowest on the ladder of the three, it would make sense that, maybe the volume isn't there for a smaller town or whatever. But Xbox is still selling. If you look on Amazon, it tells you how many sold in the last month. And yeah, it's not tens of thousands, it's thousands. But it's still selling. And I reckon like at the quarterlies, they'll say like we've had record amounts of users on console and all that kind of shit. It's still going up. It's just going up slowly, As long as it's not, the issue would be if it was going down, I think. If it's like going up slowly, it's okay. But if it was going down, I think that's when like it really starts to become a true issue. I think going up slowly is still an issue, especially if it's going up slower than the competitors. But as long as it's still, as long as they're not losing users, it's fine. And I think they're addressing that trend of like it's going up slower by merging Xbox with PC more and more and more. I think the complexity with that comes with like, can they merge it with PC without compromising the console experience, which I suppose we'll talk about when we talk about the Xbox Ally.
Right. Let's see here. Let's see what we got.
It's super chat.
Yeah. We got Andy Hart. Says, good evening. With the Xbox ROG Ally X having a mini PC format, will it free online as PC doesn't pay for online? Jez?
Man, that's a really good question. I would think so, personally, but also it's kind of like I heard that was the plan. I actually heard this was the plan before the summer. So before the summer, I heard the plan was to get rid of online for multiplayer because if they are merging it with PC, like, we all expect and like they're hinting at, it doesn't make sense to ask me to pay for multiplayer. But at the same time, Microsoft's very much like, we need margin, we need margin, we need margin. So how much margin would you lose in that universe? in that universe. So here's what I expect. I expect that this is what I personally currently expect. This is not source. This is speculation. Because one thing I've noticed, Rand, is that people often attribute opinion and speculation to a report with me, and then when my opinion isn't correct, then it's like, oh, Jez doesn't know anything. It's like, bros, that was just my opinion. If it's a report, it's on Windows Central and it says this is a report, right? But this is just my opinion. My opinion is that they will remove the multiplayer paywall for next gen, but only for next gen. I think they'll keep it for the Xbox One 360 and for the Xbox Series S and X. But for the next gen console, whatever format that takes, I think that loses the paywall for multiplayer. And that serves like two good purposes. It gives them like a differentiating marketing beat. So they can say like, move to our platform and you don't have to pay for multiplayer, which I think a lot of people just don't want to do these days. And also it sort of continues that story of like, it's more like a PC and you don't pay for multiplayer on PC. And I think back in the day when Microsoft was hosting the multiplayer servers, it made sense more so than it does now. But these days, it doesn't make a lot of sense because Apple, like for example, EA and Battlefield and all these kind of games, they all use 100% their own servers. So like, even like Battlefield has its own friends list, for fuck's sake. It's not even like through Xbox's systems. Like I got a friends request when I was playing Battlefield and I was like, wait, that's not an Xbox friends request. And it's like an EA.
Yeah. When we were playing
request.
Ready or Not on Ready or Not when it came to console, it used like the Epic friends list.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was like it was a pain in the ass to get into games together and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is what it is, but it's also like Microsoft doesn't pay for any of that. So why are they charging us for it? It makes no sense in any direction.
His original comment is, good evening. With the Xbox ROG Ally X having a mini PC format, will it free online as PC doesn't pay for online? Like, I think he's asking, maybe I'm wrong, but
does the ROG Ally X
like if you're playing
you're
playing a multiplayer game on the ROG Ally,
no,
you don't have to pay for multiplayer. So if you're playing something like would be a multiplayer game you could play in the ROG,
Battlefield, Overwatch.
Well,
Battlefield runs really well on the ROG.
But is Battlefield 6 Xbox Play Anywhere? I don't think it is.
No, it isn't.
Right. So I mean, I'm thinking through Xbox, which let's say Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders comes out at the end of the month. It's an Xbox Play Anywhere game. If you play that game on the Xbox Ally, because it's the PC version you're playing, you don't have to pay for multiplayer. But
no,
if you play it on console, you're gonna have to. So
yes, you do. Yeah, it doesn't. There is no paywall for multiplayer in the ROG Ally, which is which I believe is a glimpse at the future of Xbox.
Yeah, I mean I think so as well, but we'll see if that actually happens. We have Face 23 BKNY says, Jez, Costco and Sam's Clubs are not going to sell Xbox no more, so stores not selling Xboxes are not all false stories. And even Tom Moore in Paris and others even say Xbox ROG Ally X is not an Xbox. Ghost of Yota is my game of the year so far.
Yeah, I actually replied to him in chat. Man, that's an old super chat. We need to get to these super chats more quickly, bro.
We'll just go through them in a chunk.
I'll tell you what, I've been playing Ghost of Tsushima on the ROG Ally.
Mm-hmm.
Playing PlayStation games on my Xbox. People did not like that tweet. I don't know if you saw that tweet, Rand.
I did see that.
But they were trying to community note me, saying like, "Oh, it doesn't run PlayStation games; those are PC games." I'm like, mate, when I open Ghost of Tsushima on my Xbox Ally, it says PlayStation Studios and a huge fucking logo. You're telling me that's not a PlayStation game? It's a PlayStation PC game. Yeah, it's a PlayStation game that runs on my Xbox Ally. It's GG.
Remember, hold on really quickly. Do you remember all the debate back and forth and the consternation when the ROG Ally was originally sort of leaked by you? Not what was the code name back? Kennen or whatever the code names were. Kennen. And it was like, here's this device that's going to have. It kind of ties in with the next Xbox having Steam and all that stuff. And there were a lot of people very hopeful that Sony would block their games
I remember
from being played on the Ally and any future hardware stuff. And there was this kind of
Yeah.
debate within people had where they was on one side or the other, and well, it didn't. I mean, the ROG Ally's here, and Sony hasn't blocked it because it's kind of like, why would they? You know, like why would they block it? So what if you could play it on an Xbox branded device? So what if you're going to play it on the next Xbox console? Whatever. Sony probably views Microsoft and Xbox in a different way at this point. They probably don't even feel like they're real, like, since Microsoft is putting all their games on the PlayStation, they probably don't even look at Xbox like real competition anymore, really. Right, because like the console, which is Sony's business, is probably not at danger from Xbox overtaking it anytime soon. So they're probably okay with it. They're like, whatever. Like, if people people buy the games, and we'll make the money, over there. So
it's beyond them being okay with it. It's like Sony themselves repeatedly say, judge us on our monthly active users.
Sure.
Do not judge us on our hardware sales. Sony wants me to play Ghost of Tsushima on the Xbox Ally. Sony wants me to play Spider-Man on the Xbox Ally. They want me to play God of War on the Xbox Ally. They want me to do that because it's better margins for them.
That is
in
true.
a universe where I could buy a PlayStation and only use it for exclusives.
Like me.
It's probably better, like you. It's probably better margins for me to not buy the PlayStation, leave that stock for someone who would use the PlayStation actively, and actually just buy the games where I am. Like, if we're speaking mathematically here, that stock would be better used by someone who will use the PlayStation full time as their main device driver. But they know that in this current universe, there's diminishing returns with regards to that, So for them, it's going to be better for me, or for someone like me or someone like you who will only use it for exclusives. On paper, it'd be better for us to better margins for them to save that stock for a hardcore PlayStation guy and actually just sell us the game where we are. And that's the way the industry's moving.
But I mean, is anybody buying a PlayStation right now a hardcore PlayStation guy? I would argue that those guys already have the console and have had the console for years at this point.
No. I think I think, like, if you're buying a PlayStation for a little kid for Christmas,
sure,
they could become a PlayStation person.
You're talking about like the future, like them becoming a PlayStation fan and then a lifelong PlayStation fan, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Or like maybe someone who's, I don't know, their PlayStation blew up in a house fire or something.
Sure.
I fucking know. But it's literally shitty margins if I buy a PlayStation, because I wouldn't fucking use it. It'd gather dust. It'd sit there gathering dust. Because all the multi-platform games I'll buy on Xbox or PC, and I would only use it for PlayStation games. And if I do it, will that make up the margin? Maybe. But
I would imagine eventually, if you bought one at the beginning of the generation and throughout the whole gen, it probably will.
Not as much as if it had sold to a kid who would use it as their primary console.
Sure.
I basically, what I'm saying is, I would be a shitty PlayStation customer.
Right.
I would be a bad person to sell.
Well, it's also like PlayStation put the games on PC for people to buy and to make money from. So if there's an audience that are on the ROG or going to be on the next Xbox where they'll buy their games, and they'll buy their games. Mm-hmm. They're going to sell them to them. But I just remember,
I love PlayStation games. They're awesome. I just refuse to buy a console for just PlayStation games. There's no point.
Yeah, I got
so much other shit to play.
There's that. I remember there was this people being like, they're going to do it, and it's like, well, we'll see, and well, it's here, and they haven't, and I doubt they ever will. So I don't think it matters to them. As far as what Face is saying, what do you think about what he's saying about Costco and Sam's? And those aren't fake stories, or not,
No, they're not. It's still an issue. I think it's never a good look when a retailer quits your platform. But at the same time, I did hear that, like I say, I can't speak about Sam's because I haven't got any information about that. But with regards to Costco, I heard it was some kind of boring business, technical, legal, wholesale price kind of thing. So there's something else going on there. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens, like with the next Xbox and partially, I think this is why the OEM strategy is a good thing, because they won't be dealing with Microsoft to sell the Xbox Ally. They'll be dealing with Asus, and Asus as a company that's dedicated to hardware, Asus probably has a much better sales force and a distribution mechanism than Microsoft does. Microsoft is terrible at distribution. They are fucking awful at it. They are the worst at it, in fact. So I think outsourcing that to people like Asus, maybe whoever else makes an OEM Xbox, presumably Asus has some kind of exclusivity right now. But I imagine like in the future, if there's a plurality of OEM Xbox consoles, leveraging their sales distribution, their sales representatives in hardware stores and those relationships, it's only going to be a good thing for the Xbox platform, you know. And if you grow that out, then it's good for everyone involved. Good for customers, good for developers, good for Microsoft, good for us, good for the Xbox podcast, bro. Good for me because I can review all of those devices and get more clicks from it.
Mm,
So I think it's a
see.
good strategy.
I see. We have Highlander Grim, who says, "Hi, Rand and Jez. Got Indiana Jones and Battlefield 6 on PlayStation. Have a great weekend." Well, you have a great weekend, too. I haven't picked up Battlefield 6 yet. Have you played Battlefield 6 yet, Jez? We still got
Dude, I played it shitload.
Yeah? How much you put into it so far?
Not as much as I'd like, maybe 10 hours.
Okay.
Because importantly, Rand, it's also Legion Remix in World of Warcraft right now.
Who cares?
So
nobody cares.
No, Legion Remix is important. It's only available for 100 days, and you've got to like do a load of challenges to get like special
100 days, bro. That's
it's
3 months.
Look, it's only available for 100 days, and
it's only available for 3 months.
Yeah, shut up, bro. You got to do it for 100 days, and then there's like challenges where you can get furniture for your house that's exclusive to Legion Remix. I have to do this first, bro. It's really important. I've got to get the furniture for my playhouse. So yeah, so I haven't played Battlefield as much as I would like, but I've been playing it with friends and stuff like that, and it's kind of cute because my friends are all like in their late 30s like me, and they've got kids now and shit like that, but we've come back together like the old days to play Battlefield, because that's what we used to do on a Friday. We used to like get some drinks in, play Battlefield on comms and stuff like that, like in your 20s and shit. And we've been making the effort to find time to actually play Battlefield because it's just like the old school days, man. So yeah, Battlefield 6 is fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. There's some like weird bugs and stuff that'll get fixed, but the way they've been reacting to fan feedback like so rapidly is such a breath of fresh air.
What were you gonna say? A breath of fresh air?
I was gonna say.
You're gonna say?
I was gonna say a breath of fresh air, which is obviously incorrect.
Yes, that sounds like something. That sounds like something I would say.
That sounds like, yeah, it does. But he said it's been a breath of fresh air for EA to listen to fan feedback so rapidly. Really shows the dire situation they were in. And EA kind of does this. EA goes through this cycle where it's like, okay, people are happy with us. Let's treat them like garbage and siphon as much money as possible. And they go, and then they piss people off, and then they go back and they're like, okay, we need to listen to fan feedback for a bit to build up that trust again. I've noticed this since my mid-20s. EA goes through these cycles of shareholder first and then fan first. They've done this for like decades. And right now we're in a sort of fan first cycle with EA. And it's been really great. Battlefield 6 is fan-fucking-tastic. It's everything I wanted from a Battlefield. I think it's everything everyone wanted from a Battlefield. I've always been a Battlefield guy. So it's kind of like after Battlefield 2042, which was pretty awful, fucking trash, actually. This has just been a breath of fresh air, man. So I am so happy for the team and also all the Battlefield fans who were like just depressed with Battlefield 2042.
And then they came out and they announced 7 million sales already with what is a week. It's 1 million a day, which I mean those are Call of Duty numbers. And I think I saw a report that said it sold more than Call of Duty Black Ops 6 in Europe, or like I guess maybe launch aligned. Which Call of Duty was also in Game Pass or stuff, so that whatever. But man,
I think this is. Sorry, go on.
Well, I always said when they put Vince on the Battlefield franchise, I always had faith in Vince. I was like, this is it, man. He's gonna bring it back up relevancy, and he sure did. And I think
Pella is a fucking rock star, man.
Yeah,
that guy, fucking rock star. What a fucking G, man. Like I saw like I saw tweets of him where he's like shitting on EA, shitting on his employer.
Yeah, I did see some of those too. It's
like,
funny.
He's like, the dude's a fucking rock star. This is like, he's exactly the kind of guy that you want cutting through all that corporate bullshit, all that shareholder first bullshit. And he's just like, look, let me cook. I make you guys money. Let me fucking cook. And he's got the political clout in order to deliver that. Dude's a fucking legend, man. Vince Zampella, for me, he's up there with Kojima and, all those industry legends. Like, Vince Zampella is definitely up there. Dude's a fucking... I fucking love this guy. for what he's done for Battlefield. I just wish they'd let him.
Maybe this is the year that us Battlefield fans in the past were like, Battlefield's better than Call of Duty, and the Call of Duty guys were like, look at the sales, bro, right? Because that was always the retort. Even though like Battlefield's multiplayer was always better, it was always like,
yeah, dude,
Call of Duty's the number one. But this year, there might possibly Battlefield 7 might or 6 might outsell Black Ops 7, and
yeah, dude, yeah. But the thing is, right, I have to admit, Rand, I've silently been rooting for Battlefield, for Call of Duty, actually.
Why?
Do you know why? Because competition breeds innovation, and I think when Call of Duty is obviously, they're very pressed by Battlefield right now. You've seen them like change their policies, skill-based matchmaking is gone, which is a direct addressing of fan feedback. They've also got rid of they're not letting Cardi B skins carry forward.
Jeez.
Scans. Sorry. I've had a couple of drinks here. Let me have. It's my Friday night, bro. It's my Friday night. But Cardi B skins, they've sort of cut some of that shit, and those are direct reactions to Battlefield 6. When competition happens, you have to listen to the fans. You have to. You can't listen to shareholders anymore when competition happens. You have no fucking choice. So even though I think Black Ops 7 this year is cooked, I think next year Modern Warfare 4 will be fucking fantastic for it. I think that will double down on exactly what fans want and what fans ask for with Modern Warfare 4. And I think next year's Call of Duty will be fantastic for it. And that's the benefit of competition. That's why, like, when we look at all these fanboys who constantly talk about Xbox dying, and they actively want Xbox to die. And it's not just random anime profile picture guys on Reddit. It's like big YouTubers who actively want Xbox to die. Like, do you really want to live in a world where PlayStation has no competition? Do you want to live in a world where PlayStation has nobody driving them to do better? Do you want to live in a world where, like, Xbox doesn't feel like it has to innovate anymore? I think that'd just be really shit, man. I think that'd be a shit universe to live in. And Battlefield 6 and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 will be a really great example of how competition benefits consumers. Capitalism, baby!
Yeah, I still need to get Battlefield 6. I haven't bought it yet, but I probably will soon.
Dude, good. I haven't touched the campaign, but the multiplayer is fucking.
Well, I was kind of waiting for the Battle Royale mode to come out, because that's kind of what my friends were waiting for too. Hey, that's what if they're. I'm not playing Battlefield. I'm not playing Battlefield 6 by myself. That's just not gonna happen. But if what?
You're such a trending gamer, bro.
Me?
You're a fucking Gen Z gamer, bro. You'll only play Battlefield if it's got a fucking Battle Royale.
No,
you're Gen Z.
I'd play Battlefield if they all wanted to play They're all playing Delta Force right now. They're still playing Delta Force every single night, playing that extraction shooter. Although tonight they wanted to, I guess, Arc Raiders is having its Server Slam thing. And I haven't played it yet, and that comes out next week. So they were like, "Why don't you download it and play it with us, see if you like it?" So I probably end up doing that. But yeah, so they're all playing Delta Force, and I have no interest in playing Delta Force. But I said, hey, what about Battlefield 6? And they're like, oh, no. I'm like, well, what about when the Battle Royale comes out? I was like, oh, yeah. When the Battle Royale comes, I was like, all right, well, that'll be...
Get new friends, bro.
Yeah, too old for that, bro.
God, that's a fucking mood.
Too old for that. So...
Why is it, like, so hard to make new friends in your 30s?
I'm not in my 30s.
Well, in your 30s or 40s, it's like... Everyone's, like, really sort of guarded, and they just don't want to... I don't know. Everyone's super introverted and corrupted at this age. I'm going to download Arc Raiders right now, though, because I've heard so many good things about it.
You should.
And I'm not an extraction guy, but I'm going to give it a go.
I've never played an extraction shooter, so I have no idea what to expect. But if they're all going to play it, I'll check it out. But yeah, they're all still playing Delta Force. Like none of them care about the Battlefield stuff. And I'm like, well, I'm not playing Battlefield on my own. And it's a shame because, when Battlefield Bad Company and Bad Company 2 were around and stuff, like we used to play those all the time for hours. And but they're stuck playing Delta Force. So I'm just like, well, I'll just play. I'm playing that, and I played some Ninja Gaiden 4 recently. Haven't beat it yet, but working through that. I have Outer Worlds 2, which I have yet to play, but I have that. And I know Keeper just came out, and it's got pretty good reviews. It's like an 83 on OpenCritic, 80 on Metacritic. So depending on which review you read, it sounds like Double Fine cooked. There are some... I think I saw it had a couple 10s, and then a bunch of 9s, and then obviously 8s and 7s, but I guess, it might be... It's probably not a Jez Corden game, but it might be a Randall Thor game. It might be a game that I enjoy. And I don't... I've seen the trailers, but I don't know anything else about the game, so I might just go into it completely blind and see how I think, or see how I feel about it. But yeah, man, I was blown away by the Battlefield numbers. I was like 7 million, considering also the bad taste Battlefield 5 had left in people's mouths. And it's like even Battlefield 2042 didn't really change that for most people. Like it didn't really set it
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I didn't hate Battlefield 5. Like, I quite enjoyed Battlefield 5, but I'm someone who prefers the World War setting. I think that might be a European thing, maybe. Because, like, in Europe, we grow up learning about World War II constantly. It's like, World War II, World War II, World War II when you're at school. So, like, I like the World War saying, like, whether it's whether it's World War I or World War II. I really like that saying. So that was doing a lot of heavy lifting for me. But Battlefield 5, like, they reneged on a lot of their promises with that game. Like they didn't have the sort of dragging people out. Like some of the stuff that was in the trailers for Battlefield 5 never actually made it into the game, which was sort of like that left a sour taste in people's mouth. But 2042 was fucking trash, man. It was fucking trash. I played Battlefield 5 a fair bit. But Battlefield 2042, it was just so apparent this was meant to be a battle royale game. Like the maps were really flat and they were designed for vehicles and they were not really designed for cover and all that kind of shit. Like it was just clear that it was not designed for the typical Battlefield gameplay. Which is why, like, it shows you what happens when you listen to fucking fans. When you listen to fan feedback and you don't chase trends and you double down on what you're good at. Battlefield 6 is what happens. And I hope, I pray that we get another Battlefront out of it, bro.
Yeah,
I know EA said, like, they don't want to work with the Star Wars IP anymore, but I fucking love Battlefront, bro. I want a new Battlefront, man.
You're not getting one. Sorry. You're definitely not getting one.
Well, bro, if I get Battlefront, I will let you have a new Splinter Cell. How about that?
I'm gonna get a new Splinter Cell. I'll tell you this right now.
You ain't getting a new Splinter Cell.
There's gonna be a new Splinter Cell way before there's gonna be a new Star Wars Battlefront.
No.
Sorry.
Why do you?
Dude, you've had two Battlefronts.
Mean.
What do you mean? I haven't had a Splinter Cell since 2013. You've literally had two Battlefronts since then. Battlefront 1, the new Battlefront and Battlefront 2. I haven't had a new Splinter Cell since the 360 generation, Jez. So don't talk to me about who has it worse.
Yeah, but bro, people actually want Battlefront. Nobody fucking wants Splinter Cell. Nobody cares about Splinter Cell, bro. People actually want Battlefront. People actually want Titanfall.
Do they want Battlefront,
Nobody...
or is EA going to look at the sales of Battlefield and be like, this is it? Why are we going to go out and sign a deal with Star Wars to take some of our revenue?
This is the thing, bro. This is the thing Call of Duty is realizing. Franchise fatigue is real.
Sure.
How do you combat franchise fatigue? Is that you have two different versions of the same sort of kind of thing. So, like, you have every 2 years you have a Battlefield, and every other 2 years you have a Battlefront. That's how you fucking combat franchise fatigue, bro. That's how you combat that shit.
Not gonna happen, man.
Oh man, why are you so fucking mean? You're the meanest fucking person I know, bro. You're so fucking mean.
Jay Foley says, Jez, find out why the gear shop is still down.
All right, I'll ask Source right now about it.
Okay. We got Frosty who says, hey guys, if Sony can sell 2 million smartphones a year on decent margins and keep their irrelevant mobile division alive, Microsoft can continue making Xbox hardware for their multi-billion dollar gaming division.
See, this is one thing that people misunderstand about the hardware industry. Companies like Asus and Razer and Dell and all that kind of stuff, they make like various models to order, basically. And that's kind of like what Xbox has sort of moved to. They've moved to a model that's more OEM-like. They gauge demand and they manufacture to order. And honestly, I think the Surface is a reason for this. I think Surface is a reason for this. Because one of the big issues that the Surface RT had under Steve Ballmer was that they always overstocked Surface under Steve Ballmer. There was way more stock than there needed to be for Surface. I think in my head, they took a multi-billion-dollar write-down on unsold Surface RT stock back in the day. So like it wasn't long after that Satya Nadella came on board. And Satya was like, we're not going to do this overstocking bullshit anymore. We're going to manufacture to order. And that's what Asus does. That's what Dell does. That's what Razer does. Like my Razer laptop is a $3,500 laptop, right? I fucking love my laptop, but there's not a lot of people out there who need a $3,500 laptop. The reason I've got one is because I travel a lot and I need something that I can travel with that's also powerful enough to video edit. That's why I've got this expensive laptop. But how many sales of this $3,500 laptop do you think exist? We're not talking millions of units. We're talking hundreds of thousands of units. At best. Maybe not even hundreds of thousands of units. Maybe thousands of units. I don't know. But there's not a lot of people who need a laptop that is this powerful. Which is why, like, OEMs, when they're making their hardware, they accept that the thin margins are kind of part of the business model. You know, like when you look at like the Asus, the high-end laptops for Asus, they don't manufacture that many models. They make them basically based on demand, and they laser focused on how many people will actually buy this fucking thing. Which is why the Xbox Ally X and the Xbox Ally, well, not the Xbox Ally, but the Xbox Ally X is sold out right now because they didn't make that many units because they made them projectedly to demand. They maybe misjudged how many people would actually pay $1,000 for that kind of device. But they make them to demand, and judging the demand is the business model. You know, as long as you like make enough for the demand and you don't have stock just sitting there on a shelf not being sold, then you can make money. And I think that's like why Xbox has been sort of judging its user base right now.
Meat Puppet says, Jez, yes, all the Splinter Cell games are available in the Xbox store. Maybe now they can bring back some. Maybe now they can bring back Spellbound. I wonder if you meant Scalebound, but yes, so all the Splinter Cell games are there. Chris says, Jez, do you get the impression that Microsoft Xbox is aware of the brand damage they've done? They can't be happy with the last couple weeks of rumors. Which, yeah, I mean, I sort of wonder, because I think I've heard reports or heard people tell me that internally, you know, during some of these like meetings they have, that it's what was it? The brand was being stressed. Like it was kind of
No, I told you that.
yeah. Well, yeah, I know it was you, but I'm just
So
saying.
I tell you, like in an internal Q&A after Microsoft announced the multi-plat strategy, Matt Booty said to all the Microsoft employees, the brand is stressed. That's literally what he said. That's quoted verbatim what he said. The brand is stressed. And so I think the brand is very much stressed right now when you look at things like the layoffs, the price increases, all that kind of bullshit. The brand is definitely stressed. You know, if you've got like Linus Tech Tips and all these like mainstream YouTubers making YouTube videos that say Xbox is dead, I think that's the literal definition of the brand being stressed, right? But I think what you can cut through that by actually like delivering. And I think like over the next few months, I think Xbox will deliver. They've got a sprint of really good games coming out. They've got Ninja Gaiden, which is an Xbox Studios game, technically. They're funding it, they're publishing it. Xbox Studios. They've got Keeper, which, you know, I think has hit 85 on Metacritic, something like that.
No, it's like
So
it's
Keeper
like an
sound
80, but yeah, but it's a little bit higher
okay.
on
Hey, well,
OpenCritic.
yeah, well it's you know, sounds like it's a pretty good game if you like those kind of games. And then you've got like Outworlds 2, which I think is probably gonna land pretty well. Um and then you've got next year. You've got a sprint. I think I leaked this last week when I was had a bit to drink, but you've got a sprint of shows coming up. So they've got the IGN Idea Xbox platform coming up in October, which I think is going to be a lot of Xbox Play Anywhere games and probably Xbox Ally kind of oriented kind of games. So you've got the IGN Idea Xbox platform coming up. And then in November, you've got a partner showcase coming up as well in November. So that's going to be third party games again. I think it's going to be Xbox Ally and Xbox Play Anywhere heavy, but I think you're going to have a partner showcase that's going to be very exciting. Also, I've heard Xbox has got a presence at the Game Awards. So, you know, maybe something cool gets announced at the Game Awards. I don't know what. And then you've got the Developer Direct in January, which I've also heard is very strong this year, or next year rather, in 2026.
Well, I mean,
So I think like,
you also have the Halo stuff next week,
yeah, fucking
where
Halo as well,
Halo
where they're
remake
going
is
to
going to be
Halo
announced,
remake.
as well as
Yeah,
maybe
Halo
other stuff. I don't
remake.
know, but definitely Halo remake for sure.
Halo for PlayStation as well, probably.
Most likely.
Um, Most likely. So, you know, that's a shitload of goodwill they're going to earn when they've had a sprint of sort of negative headlines, you know, to sort of reestablish themselves as like, actually, we are all in on gaming, we are here, and all that kind of shit. And I know from conversations that I've had that Microsoft management, like Phil and Sarah, and even Satya, are aware of like all the kind of negativity that's out there about Xbox. So I would not be surprised if, like, during the financials at the end of the month, they actually give Xbox some kudos, if indeed it has kudos to give. Now, I don't know what Microsoft's financials looks like this year, but if Xbox has done well, I expect that to be like a headline thing that Microsoft will try and emphasize and be like, look, we're all in on gaming. Please trust us, you know. But if
Right.
Xbox has done badly, then maybe not.
Andy Hart says, "Will the Series X ever get a Steam app?" I'll say no to that. I don't think it ever will.
I don't think it will either, but the next gen will.
And face.
Oh, I tell you one thing, by the way, the Xbox Ally and the Xbox Ally X have Steam pre-installed on it, which I've never seen an a Microsoft OEM device do. Like, there's no Windows device I've ever used has Steam pre-installed on it, but the Xbox Ally X did have it pre-installed, so that was interesting.
And face 23 BKNY says, "Jez, next gen Xbox OEM, no optical drive thoughts?" Question mark. I mean, we've talked about this a lot. About, you know, the physical nature, like, will the next gen Xbox have a way to play physical games? And
I think the most you can hope for is a USB device.
yeah, probably. But you would think
think, like,
you would think that would come from Xbox themselves, like, where, like, because I said to you, I was like, well, if you're going for a premium system, which we presume that the next Xbox will be, whether it sits in the middle of the Xbox console, where like an OEM's making a super expensive one, and then this one's like right there, like maybe $700, $800, you would think for that price they would put a disk drive in it. because who's the system really for? It's really for like the super hardcore. It's not gonna sell 80 million units, right? It's probably not gonna even sell as much as the Series X and S has done, but it's gonna sell to people who want the console, and one of those groups that would want it are the people that own a huge physical library of games that you can use, whether it's your OG Xbox games to use them as back compat or your 360 stuff. And I think they should put a disc drive in it. Even though everything's moving to digital, I think you put it in there just because like you have like that's who that console is going to be for. It's going to be for like those people. But if you don't do it because you want to save $5 or $20 or whatever would be that you would save, and you're only going to alienate those people who probably buy your device and who spend all this money on this stuff, because now, well, you basically told those people to fuck off. Especially if you aren't making like a disk drive USB attachment like PlayStation is. And I guess the counter would be, well, Rand, PlayStation, the PS5 Pro, which is expensive, even that doesn't come with the disc drive. It
doesn't?
No,
I didn't
it
know
doesn't.
that.
It does not come with the disc drive. But it's like, well,
I did not know that.
Sony has this whole thing where the disc drive's attachable, but yeah, the PS5 Pro doesn't. And you would think, well, maybe it should, considering the only people going to buy a PS5 Pro are hardcore PlayStation fans. But they didn't include it. Maybe they didn't include it because they wanted to keep the cost down a little bit. I don't know, but that's why I'm kind of I could see either scenario. I could see Microsoft being like, we're going to continue with the digital thing. We're not going to have disk drives on our stuff, and essentially saying, too bad, so sad. If somebody's been like, well, how can I play my physical games on here? And Microsoft's answer is be, too bad, so sad. That's just the way we're moving.
That's so sad.
I mean, I could totally see that. But then I could also see them being like, well, no, there's going to be a disk drive, the back and pat stuff. But
I'll fucking ask someone, bro. Let's ask someone.
All right, we'll see if they tell you. See if they tell you. Yeah,
oh,
what
man,
else?
I really I don't own a single physical disc. I got rid of all my 360 games. I sold them to CEX in the UK. Do you have, Rand, a chain of shops in America that is designed for reselling things?
I mean, GameStop resell stuff. If you're speaking about like video games.
Yeah. We don't have GameStop in the UK, but we do have CEX, which is it's it's pronounced sex. That's naughty, right? But CEX, I think it's called the Consumer Exchange something. I don't know. But that's the sort of company in the UK that where you can resell things. I gave away all my Xbox games to CEX. I had like hundreds of them, man. I had hundreds of them, and I gave them all away because I just, I live with my parents because I'm poor, and I didn't have physical space. So I was like, I'm just going to move to a digital, and I moved to digital in the 360 era when Microsoft started selling digital games. But at the same time, I want my bros who have physical discs. I want them to be catered for, because if I had the space, I would be a physical bro. I would have physical discs if I had the space. I just don't have the space. I literally physically don't have the space for it. But I would if I could, because I think collecting stuff is fun. Like, I still have my CDs, but they take up less space than DVDs. I still have some books, but they take up less space than DVDs. I gave away all my DVDs as well. So I don't know why you can't just have a USB device that does this shit. Maybe there's like security issues and they don't want to like enable piracy or things like that. But I'm gonna ask. Maybe we can get an answer on the show. We'll find out. I got really good sources, man. I got like probably the best sources in the whole gaming industry when it comes to Xbox.
Well,
I'm not gonna.
you did ask a question earlier to somebody, but have they responded yet and tell you what's going on?
They said I don't know.
Oh, okay, well there you go.
Sometimes I don't know.
Sometimes they don't know. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
speaking of other creatives, like we talked about Vince Zampella and what he's done for Battlefield, right? Glenn Schofield was in the news, Jez. I don't know if you saw any of this stuff. One, he's in the news because with the sale of EA, he wants to get Dead Space back. I don't know if you saw that.
Dude, I like this. Glenn Schofield talks a lot of shit, man. Like, I don't want to be mean or harsh, but he says a lot of things which I kind of feel like after Callisto Protocol, you kind of like you need to sit down a little bit. So like Glenn Schofield obviously is creator of Dead Space, and I love Dead Space. I genuinely do love Dead Space. But Callisto Protocol was absolute trash. It was fucking garbage. And I think like after all the hype that Callisto Protocol had, where people were expecting like, oh, this is the revival of Dead Space and whatever, and it was just as bad as it was, just terrible, frankly. I kind of feel like you kind of lose some of your privileges to judge the entire video game industry. And I think that's partially like, I don't want to be harsh, but I think it's partially why like he's been ostracized a little bit from the gaming industry because of he has very outspoken opinions, which there's nothing wrong with at all. But at the same time, it's kind of like you have to put up or shut up when it comes to some of this stuff. And Callisto Protocol was like genuinely not a good game. It was a really bad game, and it's not a case of like the game being underfunded. It was like there were fundamental things wrong with Callisto Protocol. There were fundamental things wrong with that game where it's like you made this decision. It's not an issue of like the budget not being there or like corporate bullshit. There was like a decision made here at a directorial level that was incorrect, you know. So I think like when Glenn Schofield talks about things sometimes, I'm kind of like eye roll about it, and maybe that's harsh, but it is what it is, man. I think the guy is like, I think there's an essence of bitterness with Glenn Schofield, and I understand that. You know, he's been through the ringer with EA. He's had his studio gutted by EA, and I appreciate and understand that. But bro, you had every opportunity to make Callisto Protocol good. It had some of the best marketing I've seen for a game. It had like all the fans of Dead Space on board, and then you fucked it up. So I'm kind of skeptical whenever he speaks. But you know, what did he say? Rand?
Well, he says I have quite a few ideas that I'm ready to go with, and one of them is Dead Space 4. The fact that EA just got bought, I think there's an opportunity. I'm already making calls. So, we know that EA was...
Will anyone pick up the phone? Will anyone pick up the phone, Rand?
Well,
I don't know.
We have heard that, like EA is saddled with like $20 billion worth of debt because of this deal, and they might, and we've even heard like ex-BioWare people being like, well, they might sell studios, they might sell IP to kind of cut down on that debt. And we know that they aren't doing a Dead Space 2 because supposedly Dead Space 1 didn't meet their sales targets, so they might be done with Dead Space. So maybe they could sell it back to Schofield or back to whoever to help, pay down some of the debt that they owe. So he clearly feels like there's at least a possibility. Because remember, he said earlier in the year, that he already tried to get them to do a Dead Space. He says, I went to EA recently and they were like, no, we're not interested anymore. I said, I can get back the leadership team. I need the models from EA Motive, who did the Dead Space remake, and I can save you $30 to $40 million on the idea that I have. And they're like, no. So he says that I'm more optimistic because somebody new could buy the rights to the Dead Space IP. So, yeah. I mean, look, I don't hate that idea because clearly EA, I'd rather have Dead Space than not. And even though I'm not a fan of Callisto Protocol at all, I also thought it was about as mid as you can be. God, that game had a lot of hype behind it. It was just so mediocre. I kind of look at it, I'm like, all right, well, if you were to get Dead Space back, there's, hey, I'd actually want that because there's a chance that maybe that game would be good and we'd have Dead Space back. But then again, would anybody buy it? I don't know. Nobody seemed to have bought the Dead Space remake at least enough for EA to want to make a second one. So
But
would
it's
they,
the
would
Dead
they
Space
care with Dead
remake.
Space
So
4?
fucking
I don't
weird,
know.
man. I'm gonna say something potentially controversial now. They should never have remade Dead Space.
Why?
It didn't need a fucking remake. It didn't need a fucking remake. It had Xbox fucking resolution boost and all that shit.
Nobody.
It was no different to the original.
Yeah, but I mean,
What they should have just made, they should have just made Dead Space 4. They should have taken that entire
yeah,
fucking
but Dead
budget,
Space 3 did
given
not.
it to Bloober Team, and made Dead Space 4.
Why? But Bloober Team at the time, you would have hated that. What are you talking about? If they gave
I love
Dead
Bloober
Space.
Team out. I've always loved Bloober Team.
No,
What are
you.
you talking about, man?
No, you haven't. You didn't. You didn't like Bloober Team until Silent Hill 2 and Chronos.
No. I
Yeah.
fucking love Bloober Team. Bloober Team is like the best fucking company ever, bro. What are you talking about?
Please. Please. The only reason they didn't do Dead Space 4 originally was because Dead Space 3 didn't sell well, right?
I would make a baby with Bloober Team.
Okay.
Bloober Team, if you're listening, call me baby. What?
So, would you say the same thing about Resident Evil 4, that they shouldn't have remade Resident Evil 4?
No, because that game was fucking old.
Well, Dead Space is only a couple years older.
No, I mean, Dead Space was like Dead Space held up. It was too early for a Dead Space remake. I personally think, I think it was just too early for a Dead Space remake. Like, especially if you played like the Xbox resolution boosted version, like there was absolutely no reason to remake that shit, And maybe it's different if you're a PlayStation guy or a PC guy or whatever, fine. But I played like the resolution boosted version of that shit, and I was just like, there's not a huge difference here. Not a huge difference. It's not like Silent Hill 2 remake, which is on the PS2, or Silent Hill 1 remake, which is on the PS1. This was like a game that was like high quality for its era. It was ahead of its time for its era. I don't think it needed a fucking remake. It wasn't fundamentally any different, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Mahogany says, Jez is lit tonight. Yeah, I've had a bit to drink. But I think I'm still absolutely correct on this.
I think you're wrong, but
No, well, you also think that Splinter Cell is more important than World of Warcraft, bro. You know, out of all the games that Microsoft purchased and acquired, World of Warcraft's the most important, bro.
Huh. Now I know you've had too much to drink. Because that ain't true at all.
Oh, come on. Why are you so mean to World of Warcraft, bro? I bet you'd like it if you played it.
Yeah, maybe 20 years ago when it was cool. When it was brand
class
new.
Would you be, bro? What class would you be? Would you be a warlock? Would you be a mage?
Jez,
Like, no, honestly, I want to know this because I want to know this. When you play RPGs, what kind of class you play? Do you play mage? Do you play warrior? Do you play a rogue? What do you play?
I don't know. It depends.
What would you play in WoW?
No idea. I don't know what classes there are in WoW.
All the archetypical RPG classes. So wizard, fucking rogue, archer, whatever. What did you play in Baldur's Gate and shit like that?
I didn't play Baldur's Gate.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You didn't play Baldur's Gate?
No.
But you're the trending gamer, bro.
You're the trending gamer, not me. I've told you this before. It's been proven out every single time. But you
mean, bro? Just because I play Ball X Pit does not make me a trending gamer.
You are the ultimate trending gamer. Silk Song, Ball X Pit. If it's trending, Jez plays it.
Okay. You know what? You're right, bro. I admit
know I'm right.
I was fucking wrong all this time. Rand's right, bro. Everyone in chat, Rand was right. I am the trending gamer. It wasn't Rand. It was me all along. It was me all along, bro.
100%. 100%. Since we're on the topic of Glenn Schofield, which, by the way, I'm for the idea of him getting Dead Space from EA. I
am too, genuinely.
He also didn't have some nice things to say about Call of Duty and being with Xbox, bro.
Yeah, because it was at Sledgehammer, right?
Yeah, it says Glenn Schofield says he's immensely worried about the future of the franchise under Microsoft and questions whether the Xbox makers' culture will be compatible with the teams behind the hugely popular first-person shooter over the long term. Now, he worked at Sledgehammer Games. He directed Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, which is the worst Modern Warfare. He directed Advanced Warfare, which I quite liked, but also wasn't as good as Infinite Warfare, and World War II, which was not very good at all. And then he
directed
left.
that.
Yeah, it says here he directed those games.
World War II is fucking trash, bro.
He went on to say that I worry about it immensely. I really do, because what's happening to Gears of War? Where's Halo? You know what I mean? And you look at EA, you look at these big companies, and I'm like, where's the Strike games? Where's this game? And then there's so many that just fall by the wayside. Unfortunately, once you're assimilated by one of these companies, I think you take on some of their traits. The other thing is, I don't know, but I would imagine that Call of Duty bonus system is out, and now you have theirs, and people are going to go, that isn't that. So he says, I hate doing this, but since I left Sledgehammer, none of those games have been very good. I mean, the last one, Modern Warfare 3, it came out in 2023, was a 50. They still sell well, you know, that happens. You move, I always wonder, why did you take that guy out? It's not going to work later, and very few times that does work. They just aren't as good. They aren't the same. Treyarch's still really good, but, you know, I feel like I got lucky. I feel like I was at the heyday of EA during my time there. I mean, it was a who's working there, and then when I got to Activision, I made Modern Warfare 3. As a matter of fact, Modern Warfare 3 was the last Call of Duty to win Action Game of the Year. My other two games were nominated for it, but now, you know, you don't see them. So, definitely has a very high opinion of himself, which is great.
Do you have a high opinion of yourself, Rand?
No, I don't. I don't have a high opinion of myself, but I know you do. I just find it. Look, there is.
I've got a high opinion of you. I don't have a high opinion of myself.
There is something to be said about, you know, how he feels about his own work is one thing, right? Like he and it's kind of funny. He kind of points out like, hey, my game was the last game to get nominated for Game of the Year, but I think if you ask people of the Modern Warfares which one is the worst, I think everybody will point to Modern Warfare 3. But that was also during a time where Call of Duty was new and fresh, and it was like right now, like Call of Duty's been around for so long, it's just everybody's kind of feels jaded with it, which is why it doesn't really win any awards outside of maybe being nominated for multiplayer stuff. And but you know what he specifically says about Xbox is about, hey, where's Gears of War? Where's Halo? And there is something to be said about, you know, Halo's decline over the years, where, you know, it once was the centerpiece of your studios and of Xbox itself, and now it doesn't even get mentioned. It's never at Xbox showcases. It doesn't. It kind of just seems like Xbox themselves have kind of been like, we have bigger things now. We have bigger fish to fry. We have Call of Duty. We have King. We have Fallout. We have Bethesda. We have all these other things that we have Minecraft that are just bigger. And
World of Warcraft.
No, not World of Warcraft. No, Blizzard. They got Blizzard.
Fuck.
So
okay. Continue.
I could see like where he's saying like, hey, what about those things? Like those games, like say what you will, you know, Gears of War and Halo have declined. Whereas, you know, the Call of Duty games, like they really haven't. Like there's ups and downs with the Call of Duty games, but I think like the best selling one is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019. Still, like when they posted those.
Was that the Call of Duty 4 remake?
No, that's Call of Duty 1 remake. Or the Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare remake. I think it's like the best selling one.
This is so confusing because like Modern Warfare 1, I think of in my head as Call of Duty 4.
It is. I mean, it was called Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Then they were kind of removed the numbers, right? And there's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Call of Duty Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops 2, Call of Duty, like they removed the number from Call of Duty itself because it eventually would just been Call of Duty 10, Call of Duty 12. So it's kind of the sub-franchises that were important at that point. But as far as I remember when Matt Piscatella posted this stuff, he said that Call of Duty, the remake, the modern, was like the best selling Call of Duty ever. So, I mean, that's not that many years ago. So even though there are times where COD dips, like with World War II or with Vanguard, or even with like Infinite Warfare and stuff, where like some of the games are more popular than others, It always does seem to bounce back. You know, you bounce all the way back up with the Modern Warfare remake, but then Modern Warfare 3 seemed to be like a disaster wise. Uh, Black Ops 6, I mean, even think they said it was like the most played or whatever, even though it may not have sold that many because of the because of the Game Pass stuff. But I do sort of, I at least see his point where he talks about like Gears and Halo, because I do feel like those games have just kind of been on a steady decline, but maybe with a fresh take, like with Gears going back to what made it popular in the first place with Dom and Marcus, and also being like multi-platform, maybe we see a resurgence of Gears again. Maybe with the Halo remake and whatever, maybe we start seeing the resurgence of Halo, where instead of, and I even say that with like, I even forget, like Halo Infinite was well liked, really well, like people really liked Halo Infinite. You go and you look on Metacritic and whatever, it's like an 87, 88. And if you go look at some of the reviews, it's like the King is back. People love the game. People really liked the multiplayer and they really enjoyed the campaign. It was just that they didn't have any extra content afterwards, and the multiplayer sort of died because there wasn't any way to kind of keep it fresh. So maybe even I'm falling into that trap of being like, yeah, Halo's been like this, but I mean, Halo Infinite launched well, and people, you know, it was well for a game that was essentially delayed a year, and all the problems they had behind the scenes, which were many and quite numerous, you know, it came out pretty good. But because of what happened, I mean, the whole studio basically got changed, and now there's rumors about studio leadership problems, which we talked about last week. So, you know, we'll see what happens. But I'm looking forward to seeing this reveal for Halo, because the rumors suggest that, you know, it's not gonna be a straight up a 1-to-1 where it's kind of like the Gears Reloaded thing where it was just better resolution, better frame rate. This looks like it's changing some stuff. You're gonna have sprinting. You're gonna have like level design changes. I'm looking.
Do you think you'll have story changes?
I don't know if they'll go that far, but you know, I'm sure it's gonna look very pretty. It's Unreal Engine 5, and you know, it's been so like I would imagine the game probably gonna be a looker too. So I'm very curious, very interested in checking out the Halo stuff there. So yeah.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm like, you know, I'm not a Halo fan, but it's kind of like with the Banjo Bros. I want my Halo peeps to be well serviced, and if they can revive Halo after all the shit that it's been through, it kind of bodes well, I think. So, like analytically speaking, at the very least, if they can fix fucking Halo after all the shit they put it through with the terrible TV show and all the other stuff, that'd be like a pretty big deal, right? So I really want it to come back.
Yeah, Face of the Super Chat says you can buy a disc drive for the PS5 Pro. It works. I have one. Yeah, we mentioned that. It's just that you would think for such a premium device they would put a disc drive there, but they didn't. And it makes you wonder. And I know what the PS6 is going to have a attachable disc drive as well. So I mean, we've seen the numbers. Everybody's moving towards digital. Physical it's kind of like old man. It's like it's dinosaur stuff at this point. You know, eventually.
I mean, it's just it's like PC, man. I remember when I was a kid, I got to admit something embarrassing here, Brad.
Uh-oh.
When I was in my late teens, I was about 18, 19, I wrote a rap song, bro.
Oh God!
Did
you?
Yeah, I wrote a rap song about Halo versus Half-Life 2. And in this rap song, I called out the fact that you couldn't get Half-Life 2 without DRM. That's how fucking old school that shit is, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's what PC gamers are just fucking fine with now. You know, when's the last time you bought a physical PC game? Like, I own a bunch of physical PC games. I own Unreal Tournament 99. I own Manhunt 1 and 2 on physical PC disc. But who buys physical disc for PC these days? People prefer convenience, man, especially on PC. So if Xbox is moving to PC, then I don't know. I've asked my sources about whether the next Xbox will have a disk drive, but no reply, which I'm honestly presuming means no. But I would, if the next Xbox is a PC, then you would want to hope that they would at least add like some kind of external support for that shit. I think it'd suck if like the next Xbox didn't support all the games that people have purchased now, but that's what Nintendo does, and everyone's cool with that, right?
What does Nintendo do?
Nintendo. It's not like your old Nintendo discs work with the modern Nintendo devices, like your GameCube disc and shit like that, right?
Sure,
You can't put a fucking Wii disc in your
Nintendo's not.
N64, right?
Yeah, but Nintendo's not out there, talking highly about their backwards compatibility programs like Xbox is.
Oh, come on. That's just come on, bro. You're holding Nintendo to different standards.
No,
there, bro.
I'm not. Like Nintendo's not the one bragging about their back compat stuff. Xbox has always.
When's the last time Xbox bragged about back compatibility?
I mean, they're the ones talking about game preservation and back
Years,
compat.
bro. Years.
All right.
I haven't mentioned any of that shit for years, bro. And again, I do think it's important, but it's at the same time, Nintendo gets away with it, and PlayStation gets away with it, but Xbox doesn't because they're held to a different standard.
What does PlayStation get away with now?
Not supporting backwards compatibility as pervasively as Microsoft does.
You mean like because they only support what
PS3
the PS4
and shit like that?
Like the PS4 gen and some PS2, PS1 games?
Yeah, I mean, will the next PlayStation have a disc drive? I don't know.
Well,
They probably will.
They said it will. It's just going to be
really?
a detachable. Yeah, like Tom Henderson's already reported that it will, but it's going to be like currently
itself.
a detachable one, right?
Well, let's see what my sources say before we get mad. But I've already written one article about. I hope that the next Xbox supports backwards compatibility because I do think it's important for the people who have invested.
It will support backwards compatibility. The question is, will it support physical back compat?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it needs to support. I would hope that it does support that shit. But will it support that shit? Remains to be seen, right?
I guess it's up in the air on that one. Did you see Quantic Dream's new game?
Multiplayer bullshit.
Oh my lord! Man. Did you see that? What is it? Spellcraft. So, Quantic Dream, the makers of Heavy Rain, the makers of Detroit Become Human, which is a game I quite liked. They haven't done anything since 2018, I think. So it's 2025. So they haven't done anything in 7 years. Sony stopped working with them because their previous games were all exclusive to PlayStation. So it's been 7 years. They announced that they were working on like a Star Wars game, Star Wars Eclipse, which they still say they're working on, but we'll see if it ever comes out. And then yesterday or the day before, they dropped this trailer for their new free-to-play multiplayer game called Spellcaster's Chronicle, which is like a 3v3 MOBA game-ish. And I watched that trailer, and I said that game's gonna be dead the second it launches. Like we are past this point of just generic Fortnite looking. Like who asked for this, especially from a studio not even known for this? Like you are a studio that has made single player story. What?
I didn't even know that announced the game. I thought that only.
No, there's a trailer out there. Watch the trailer.
All right, I'm gonna watch the trailer.
But Quantic Dream is a studio known for their single player stories, right? Some would call them movies, minimal gameplay, very much like supermassive games. But they're all high quality and they're all quite good in their own right. I mean, maybe some of the stuff doesn't work for some people, but I thought they were all enjoyable. So that's what they're known for. And here they are doing a multiplayer, free-to-play multiplayer game. And I watched that thing.
Do you know what it reminds me of?
What does it remind you of?
Gigantic.
I was kind of thinking the same a little bit, yeah.
But and you know what happened to Gigantic?
Nothing good.
Fucking failed. Failed, bro.
Yep.
I think Quantic Dream is smoking, bro.
I don't really think there's room for games like this anymore in the current marketplace. They're a dime a dozen. We've seen tons of games like this come and just leave. This is going to be another example of basically a game that comes out and then you'll get a Twitter noticed that, hey, by the way, we stopped development on Spellcaster's Crown. Like, nobody's gonna play this game. I'm sorry. I just shook my head when it just reminds me so much of companies just chasing after the almighty dollar, which I get it. Their businesses, they're gonna go after that stuff, but not everything can be Battlefield 6 and sell 7 million copies and then start selling microtransactions. Not everything can be Call of Duty. Not everything can be Fortnite. And I know all these companies try, but it doesn't really work anymore. So you see this stuff and it just comes off across as completely generic BS. So don't be surprised when this game comes out and then is basically like shut down a few months later because nobody plays it. And then who knows what happens with Quantic Dream after that? Like, I don't know who's fans of Quantic Dream. We're asking for them to be. It's almost like they had investors, and those investors were like, "We need a multiplayer game with microtransactions," and this is what they came up with. It's like, okay, it's gonna fail. I'm telling you right now, this thing's gonna fail. It's gonna be dead, almost immediately.
I mean, it doesn't look terrible. But it also just looks like generic. It's just like, there's so many games like this. Why would I play this? Over all the other kind of games that I could play, why the fuck would I play this? You know, it just doesn't look like it adds anything to the landscape. Like, if I was going to play a game like this, you know what I'd play? I would play Smite 2. You know, I would play the company that's proven to make games like this that are actually good. But even then, like, I've got Smite 2 installed. I never fucking play it. So, I think it just feels like stay in your lane, bro. But then again, you never know. Maybe this game blows up. Sometimes games you just don't expect sometimes absolutely blow up. I do not expect this game to blow up, but you never know. You never know, man.
So you've been playing with the ROG Ally quite a bit. So give us your thoughts and impressions about this thing. What you like about it? What do you think needs work? What you don't like about it?
Shall I? You know what? I was going to suggest before we went live that like I stream this show, and that like I actually I put a camera on the Xbox Ally so people can check it out. I'm turning it on here, and obviously you can't see it because we don't have cameras and shit like that, right? But yeah, so there's two stories here with the Xbox Ally. The Xbox Ally, the base model, is just about as powerful as a Steam Deck. You know, and in a universe where the Steam Deck is like roughly $100 cheaper for the equivalent storage, that's a problem, I think. You know, that is a problem. I think like the issue with the Xbox Ally is there's not enough games that support that are sort of 2D oriented. Whereas the Steam Deck has a lot of games that are 2D oriented, which makes it, I think, today a better value proposition. So the Xbox Ally, unless you're particularly invested in the Xbox ecosystem, but you don't want to spend $1,000, the Xbox Ally is a good option. But at the same time, it's like there's so many more games on the Steam Deck that support this kind of power level that the Xbox Ally, the base model, doesn't make a lot of sense. But the Xbox Ally X is a completely different beast. The Xbox Ally X is fucking monstrous. It is so powerful. It's more powerful than any Xbox handheld we've ever tested. It runs games better than any other device. There's a YouTube video going viral right now which says like the Steam Deck is the Nintendo Switch 2 is equivalent in power to the Xbox Ally X. That is complete bullshit. When you plug the Xbox Ally X in, you get like 35 watts power, turbo mode. It will destroy the Nintendo Switch. So like that video, which is showcasing the Xbox Ally X versus the Nintendo Switch, like it's completely agenda-driven video, and it doesn't really represent the true situation with the Xbox Ally X. If you plug this thing in, it will run AAA games like an Xbox Series S. You know, it's that powerful. The Xbox Series S is a pretty decent device in its own right. But imagine if you take the Xbox Series S and you put it in your hand, you can take it on a plane, you can take it on a train, you can install games natively and play without the cloud. That's what you kind of get with the Xbox Ally X. It's a really amazing device. And I think like people really underestimate like the Windows enhancements that are on these devices, right? It's buggy, Rand. It's not flawless. It's not super polished, but it works when all you want to do is load into the device and then access a game. It gives you that Steam Deck and Nintendo Switch like experience where you don't have to like jump through hoops to get in the game. And the fact that it does that has really sort of been a game changer for me. I use the Xbox Ally way more than I've used the ROG Ally or the Lenovo Legion Go, just because of the Windows enhancer, just because of the Windows enhancements. The fact that I can just turn the device on and instantly get into a game is such a huge thing. And yeah, it's early days and there's still a lot of work to do, but it's a huge step in the right direction. And as someone who travels a lot, as someone who competes over the television a lot with my girlfriend, it's been a fucking fantastic device. So I love it, man. I absolutely love it. And I'm thinking like I'm gonna buy one of these for like relatives for Christmas and stuff because it's that fucking good and it's only gonna get better. Especially the Xbox Ally X. Like it's pretty clear that um it's an early adopter experience. Like it has an NPU, but Auto SR is not available yet. That's coming in 2026. So there's a lot of features that haven't even been activated yet because I feel like it's very last minute. And Xbox is working with Windows more closely than ever. And as like people in the chat know, probably Windows is very slow to get updates, but it does seem like it's getting better. So I think this device is only going to get better over time. More developers are going to support it. More features are going to be supported and greenlit when the NPU is fully activated and all that kind of stuff. Rand, do you remember the Xbox One with the hidden GPU?
Yeah.
Well, the Xbox Ally actually has that. Like the NPU is actually going to be used for auto super resolution in early 2026. So that feature is not actually activated right now, but it will be activated in early 2026, apparently. And that will boost performance even more. So I love it, man. It's so ergonomic. It feels really good in the hand. And this is definitely a device I'd recommend to anyone who's very, very actively playing games that are supported by Xbox Play Anywhere. The issue is, Rand, that there's not very many games that support Xbox Play Anywhere. There's not many high quality games that support Xbox Play Anywhere. There's like dozens of high quality games that support Xbox Play Anywhere. I think in total there's over 1,000 Xbox Play Anywhere games, but most of them are trash. You know, not to mince words. Most of them are not good. You know, whereas Steam Deck has thousands of games that are verified for the Steam Deck. 2D games, low res games, low poly games that run really well on Steam Deck, but which are also high quality gameplay, high quality from a gameplay perspective. The Microsoft Store does not have that. But at the same time, if you want, you can just install Steam. So it's like, you know, you're getting the kind of the best of both worlds here. I love it. And as someone who likes the early adopter experience, I enjoy like, oh wow, it's been updated and there's new features. I kind of enjoy that experience. Like whether it's the Samsung Galaxy Fold back in the day, whether it's Windows Phone 10, which was buggy as fuck when it launched, I like that experience. But I do think like you have to appreciate that this is an early adopter experience, and it will only get better over time. So maybe like the ROG Ally Xbox ROG Ally 2 is better for like a regular consumer. But if you are like tech savvy and you want a device that can play your Xbox games out of the box, it's fucking amazing, man. I'm sorry, it's just amazing. I love it. I love it. It has completely changed the way I access games.
Hmm.
I lie in bed for hours playing Ball X Pit, lie in bed for hours playing Ninja Gaiden 4. Oh wait, embargo? Whatever. I've been playing Ninja Gaiden 4 on this thing. It runs fucking flawlessly. I've been playing Death Stranding on this thing, and like it runs flawlessly. Playing Final Fantasy 16 on this thing runs flawlessly. like 1080p 30, crisp as fuck, smooth as fuck, fantastic experience. But Death Stranding kind of highlights an issue with the Microsoft Store and PC around.
Which is
The save system is broken, and the developers don't want to fix it. So, like the save system on Death Stranding for the Microsoft Store is broken. It doesn't save your game properly, and the autosave overwrites your manual saves. So that you get this inconsistent experience, and that's an issue. That's an issue with the Microsoft Store, is that developers seem to abandon their games and don't bug fix things for whatever reason. So that is an issue, And I've made some noise about the Death Stranding bug, and apparently it's going to get fixed next week. But like, it shouldn't fall to me to get bugs fixed, fucking on this device, bro. So that's one of the things. You have to take it as a early adopter experience, and I just love it, man.
yeah.
I just hope it succeeds. I just don't know if it will succeed. I hope it succeeds. I don't know if it will succeed.
So how's the like Xbox experience, like the guide and stuff like that?
It's not flawless. It's not without its flaws. It's buggy. So like, basically, there's an Xbox button on this thing, like your Xbox controller, and when you hold it down, it creates like a sort of a multitasking experience, and it works okay, but it doesn't really boost performance of games significantly. It frees up some RAM because it disables the desktop. It literally like ends task on the desktop when you enable this feature. It frees up a bit of RAM, but it's not such a game changer that it boosts performance in the way that SteamOS boosts performance, right? So I think like dollar for dollar, the Steam Deck offers a better experience, but at the same time, the Xbox Ally offers kernel level anti-cheat, which SteamOS cannot offer right now. So like, if you play multiplayer games, you want to play multiplayer games on the go, like Battlefield 6 or Overwatch or something like that, you need one of these devices that has full-blown Windows on it, because Linux doesn't offer kernel level anti-cheat. So again, like I say, it's a very early adopter kind of experience, but I think they'll get there, man. Like if they stick with it, and it's a big if, because like we said at the start of this show, Rand, what does Microsoft do? They're fucking fickle. And they're like, yeah, we're all in on metaverse. And then a few months later, they're not all in on metaverse anymore. Like Satya Nadella, we're all in on gaming. And then a few months later, we're not all in on gaming anymore. Because it ultimately depends on what the shareholders want. I think if Microsoft sticks with this platform, it'll be fucking amazing in the coming years. But right now, it is very much an early adopter experience, a beta kind of experience. It's buggy, it's laggy. And sometimes, like when you try and like multitask on the Xbox experience, it crashes or freezes and stuff like that. But I think if they stick with it, they'll get there, man. I just hope to fucking God they stick with it, bro.
Mm.
But will they stick with it? Remains to be seen.
Yeah, because a lot of the print reviews I thought were mostly positive. I guess the hang up, which ties into the marketing of this is an Xbox. So a lot of the reviews I've seen were like, this isn't an Xbox or what have you, and it really created a talking point.
People were mad. They were mad.
Well, yeah, because people are like, this isn't an Xbox, it's a PC. And I'm like, yeah, it is a PC. And I guess like the marketing is working because it's getting people to talk about Xbox. But I guess, and that's the point of any good marketing, is to get the discussion going and people thinking about it. But I guess I wonder if it's actually translating to anything tangible. Like, does it make people want to try out the system? Does it make people realize that, oh, I don't need to play in the console, I can play elsewhere? It definitely is a very disruptive marketing campaign, which I think is the point, or was the point.
Yeah, I've literally been told basically that the point of the marketing campaign is to get people talking. So everyone like arguing about it on social media, that's their plan.
Right. I just saying, like, I think I saw Linus's video and it was like the Xbox Ally. This is not an Xbox or whatever, but a lot of YouTubers kind of went in that direction. I guess, okay, as a console guy, should you be expecting console level convenience when you load this thing up, or is it still just you're basically just loading up a PC?
No, like yes and no. So like it's not a flawless console-like experience, but if you are all in on the Xbox ecosystem, it can be a console level experience. Like one of the issues I have with this device is that one of the things you have to do out of the box is get rid of all the Windows bullshit. So like you have to like align the taskbar to the left. You have to turn off lock screen tooltips, things like that. Annoying things that Microsoft and Windows does to try and increase engagement in some of their other platforms. So like for example, I'm going to write an article about this week, like 5 things you should do with the Xbox Ally when you first open it. And one of them is like disable the lock screen tips, change your lock screen wallpaper, and all that kind of shit, right? And disable telemetry, disable tips, disable notifications, all that kind of bullshit that Microsoft tries to get you to do to like use like Copilot and stuff. Especially if you buy an Xbox Ally X, which has an NPU and AI cores and stuff like that. Like Windows Recall is enabled on this. Do you remember Windows Recall, Rand? The thing that everyone was upset about?
Yes.
Yeah, so like the Xbox Ally X has an NPU. So it's like it's actually a Copilot PC. So it's like got the Windows Recall feature on it, which records everything you're doing on the PC, and then you can ask AI like, what did I do on my PC yesterday, right? Which might be useful for some people, but I think like 99% of people will not want that feature. It's like a privacy nightmare. You can uninstall it. So that's the first fucking thing I did when I got the Xbox Ally X was uninstall Windows Recall and all that kind of bullshit. So there's a lot of things you have to do to make it feel like a console. But once you've jumped through those hoops, it does feel like a console.
Well, so maybe the way you describe it, maybe this will be better for those people looking for that experience in 6 months or a year from now.
Yeah, I
than
genuinely feel like
right now. Maybe even by then, more publishers get on board with Xbox Play Anywhere. Because I did see more games become. I think I even saw Baldur's Gate 3 become Play Anywhere, if I'm not mistaken. So, like you mentioned the early adopter thing, where usually it's like the you buy it and it has its problems, but then it all gets ironed out eventually, and then a year, 2 years from now, it doesn't even resemble the same thing that you once got, and all the flaws are worked out, right?
No, I genuinely think that. Like, it's like Jason Ronald on Twitter said, like, this is an early experience. This is like all the things we're going to do to improve the experience, and we're going to listen to feedback and stuff like that. Like, I'm going to write an article next week that's kind of calling on Microsoft to re-enable the Xbox user voice program and sort of like, do you remember user voice back in the day when Mike Ybarra was running platform?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like people could submit feedback about what they wanted to see from the Xbox platform. I'm going to like lobby that they bring back user voice and let people actually ask for what they want to see from Xbox again. And I think like the Xbox Ally crucially needs that.
You know what would be the number one most requested thing?
What?
Exclusives. I'm telling you right now, if they brought back Xbox user voice, because you could put whatever you want in there, the number one most requested thing would be exclusives. I'm telling you right now, that's how that whole thing would work.
Do people in chat, do you agree that exclusives would be the number one thing that people
Well, I mean, if you're talking about a system that's like, hey, what would you like to see Xbox do? And there were like, hey, I would like this, or I'd like this thing, or I'd like a fix to this. There were things that they did. I mean, I think one of the Xbox user voice things was like the back and pat. Remember, because they didn't have back and pat for the Xbox One, and then they did, enable it in like 2015 with that new emulator they did. But I believe it was one of the Xbox user voice requests was like, hey, back and pat. I just imagine if they brought it back, I know somebody would ask that, be like, you know what I would want? I'd want exclusives.
Rand, chat disagrees with you, bro.
I'm sorry.
Chat disagrees with you. Do a poll.
No, I'm not.
Do a poll.
I'm not doing a poll. What do you mean? What do you like? The poll would be, what do you think people would vote for on the Xbox user?
Do you want Xbox to have exclusives?
No,
again?
It's not. That's not even the question. That's not the question, Jez. You're misunderstanding me.
Okay.
I'm saying, because if anybody can post anything, somebody is going to go on there and post that they would want more exclusives. They wouldn't want their games to be on PlayStation. And then a bunch of people would probably go upvote that, similar to how like those other things. Like someone went in there and said they want back compat, and then there was a whole bunch of people like, yeah, we want this.
Oh,
it wouldn't just be a whole bunch of people.
Strong says, Rand, you're scared to do a poll, bro.
No, because there's no reason to do a poll. Because it's not even like it's not. I'm not asking the audience, do you want exclusives? The poll would. That 100%. What do you? Does everybody disagree that one single person wouldn't ask that as a question in an Xbox user thing? Whatever.
Tom Warren's in the chat. Shout out to Tom Warren. Tom Warren says recall is only enabled if you enable it, though. It's not enabled by default, and you don't even get asked to enable it. Like, I don't know what it's like on the current update, but when I first installed my Ally, and I know there's like the retail units have a different update than what I had, recall was pre-installed on my version of the Xbox Ally, and I had to like opt out of it, I suppose. It wasn't enabled by default. Yeah, it gave me the opportunity to opt out of it, but it was there. It was pre-installed on my fucking shit. I was like, fuck you, recall. Boom, go away. You know? Because I really think Xbox cares about like my nude pictures that I upload to OneDrive and shit like that. So,
excuse me, you're what?
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 What? What?
What did you say?
What? Nothing, bro. Bro, I've been to the gym.
Yeah.
I got nude pictures, bro. See these muscles?
Nobody wants that, Jez. Nobody wants you talking about that. Tom Warren doesn't want you talking about that. He doesn't want to even imagine that. Now you got all the chat thinking about Jez Corden and his nudes. Nobody wants to think about that. That's disgusting. I'm about to throw up right here.
Dude, that fucking
you know, I'm throwing up over here, man.
Dude, there is a market for bears. Have you never heard of bears? So there's
a market for bears now.
Bears,
Chicago
right?
Bears.
Big dudes with hair, hairy big dudes.
Hairy
There's
big
a
dudes.
market for that
Like
hairy big dudes.
A Sasquatch? Is that what it is? Are you Sasquatch now?
I'm a big fucking dude. I'm hairy, bro. I can make money on OnlyFans if I want, bro.
Then make an OnlyFans.
Well, oh no, it's Alex told me all about it.
Well, I mean, he would know, wouldn't he? He knows a lot of stuff.
He would fucking know. He said he DM'd me on Twitter and he was like, Jez, you can make money selling nudes of yourself. You know, there's a market for big dudes with hair, like hairy bodies. Like, I'm hairy as fuck, bro. Like my back and my shoulders.
Nobody wants.
So hairy.
People are turning off the show in mass right. Nobody wants to hear this stuff.
Hairy, bro.
All right,
you
well that's
no
great.
Idea how fucking hairy. I'm so hairy, bro. I'm so fucking hairy.
That's wonderful. Nobody's here to hear this.
I'm covered head to toe. Shot like neck down. I'm basically a fucking Sasquatch, bro. I'm so hairy. You don't even know. There's a market for this shit, bro.
Then market yourself. Start the OnlyFans.
I will. I will.
Okay, well, stop talking about it and do it. Become a millionaire. Make a gaming studio called Sasquatch Games with all the money that you make from it.
I will. Me and oh no, it's Alex. We've already started one. We've like, oh no, it's Alex on Twitter. You know, Alex, the coolest fucking dude. We've actually got a 2-man OnlyFans right now, and like he's the twink, and I'm the fucking bear, and I'm like the big guy with the hair and stuff, and he's like fucking shaved chest and all that shit. What the fuck am I talking about, bro? What the fuck am I talking about?
Yeah, this is why you shouldn't drink.
This is why I shouldn't drink on this stream.
So let me ask you a question. This is an Xbox.
Don't clip this. Do not clip this. Do not fucking clip this.
They're gonna clip it. This is an Xbox campaign and all that stuff. Why do you think it makes people angry?
Oh, right. So
because a lot of people are, you know.
Oh shit, man.
So what do you think? Why does this push people's buttons so much that they have to make long ass Twitter posts or videos about it? What specifically? Why does it trigger them so, Jez? What's up with this?
Well, it's fanboyism at the end of the day. They don't want like Xbox to get even the vaguest kind of win. Like when I reported that Xbox wasn't being pulled out of Target and Walmart, there were people who were literally tweeting like, "Oh, I'll wait till a reputable outlet posts this." Like, as it like I mentioned earlier, like as if I would make up what Xbox was saying, as if I'd make up what Xbox PR was saying. Do you realize how like quickly I would get blacklisted for like falsely attributing something to Xbox? That's like the most easy way to get blacklisted is putting words in Xbox's mouth, right? Um, so I think there's a fanboy aspect to it where it's like we don't want to see Xbox get a win. The Xbox Ally X is sold out everywhere. And like, yeah, the argument could be like, oh, they didn't make many units. But then it's like you just can't win. Like either it's not sold out and you say like, oh, nobody wants it, or it is sold out and you say like, oh, they didn't make many units, right? And to be fair, I don't think they make many units. I don't think they expected many people to want $1,000 Xbox device. But at the same time, it's fucking sold out. So clearly there is a market for that kind of device where people who like they've got enough Xbox Play Anywhere games or whatever that they feel like it's worth it to be able to play Ball X Pit in bed, which is pretty much what I've been doing all week. Is playing Ball X Pit in bed, and I've been playing Ninja Gaiden 4 in bed, and I've been playing Death Stranding in bed, even though the save system is broken, and I've been playing Ghost of Tsushima in bed, all that kind of stuff. Um, there is a market for this device. And maybe Microsoft underestimated how big this market is, which is why it's sold out pretty much everywhere. There are some regions where it's not sold out, sure. But like I think like at most retailers in the United States, it is pretty much sold out. So it just goes back to the typical sort of like Xbox doing well. We've got to figure out a way to poke holes in this. It's the Xbox tax, bro. It's the Xbox tax. You know. Um, I don't know. I don't fucking know, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
I
look,
like my Xbox Ally. That's the point. I like my Xbox Ally. I'm happy with it. Um, yeah, I got it for free. I freely admit that. Like, I got it for free, but I would buy this. I would 100% buy this. I'm not someone who would ever recommend someone buy this if it wasn't worth the money. I think if you are someone who travels a lot, if you are someone who travels a lot and plays a lot of Xbox Play Anywhere games, Xbox Play Anywhere certified games, the Xbox Ally X is 100% worth it. 100% worth it. If you're someone who likes to play games in bed, if you're someone who like has a Steam Deck and like sits there thinking like, I wish this was a little bit more powerful, the Xbox Ally X is 100% worth it if you've got the money. You know, even the base Xbox Ally, there are plenty of games that support the Xbox Ally, 2D, hyper optimized kind of games. Like Ghost of Tsushima runs really well on the base Xbox Ally. Cyberpunk runs really well on the base Xbox Ally, like amazingly well. Shockingly well. Final Fantasy 16 runs shockingly well on the base Xbox Ally, the $500 model or $600, whatever it is. I can never remember whether it's $600 or £500 or whatever, all that bullshit. Like with the see, Rand, this is the issue, right? With the British Empire, right? If America had kept the British Empire, we'd all be talking in pounds right now, and the podcast would be much easier to do. So maybe you should just accept the Empire background. You should just rejoin the UK.
I mean, the tiny island that's irrelevant at this point? Nah, it's okay.
What? You fucking... I can't believe you just said that, bro. You can't have just said that. No. But I digress. The Xbox Allies are good. It's really good. Even the base Xbox Ally is good. But it's also an early adopter experience. It's a bit buggy. There needs to be more games that support it. Like 2D and hyper optimized games. But I think Xbox will get there, and it's also like it's an interesting insight into what the next gen of Xbox consoles look like.
Mm. Well, I mean, I will say about the whole "this is an Xbox" thing. I know obviously there's people that don't want it to be, and honestly, I don't even really think of it as an Xbox. It's an Xbox branded device. I mean, even Sarah Bond said today that I don't know if you saw it, but she basically just said like it's Asus made the device. It's theirs, right? I don't know if you saw that quote from her today.
I didn't.
Because they asked her like about the price points or whatever, and I'm trying to find it because I had it earlier. Where did it go?
But basically, what outlet was this?
Variety.
That Microsoft loves variety, man. Microsoft, if you're listening to this, why don't you fucking give me an interview on fucking variety? What fucking Xbox game is reading variety? Fucking none
See,
of them. Give
Ally
me a
arrives.
random
Xbox
interview.
President Sarah Bond explains new handhelds, steep price, prioritizing Windows experience, and next-gen console plans heading into 2026. Let's see. First up, Xbox President Sarah Bond tells Variety that the price tags for the Ally $599 and the Ally X $1,000 were determined with guidance from manufacturer Asus based on the features. Quote, "We looked at how do we create multiple options for people, and it really was Asus because this is their hardware." Well, so much for being an Xbox. I mean, she says it right there because this is their hardware.
No, like I was literally told that Asus controls the price, they control the distribution.
Yeah.
Microsoft's doing some
But
of
you
the
know, want to know
marketing, but
something? Even though it's
just
Asus
nice,
hardware and
100%.
Xbox branded, and a lot of people don't consider it an Xbox, if it doesn't sell well, then it's an Xbox, right? If it sells well, it's
Yeah.
not. But if it doesn't sell well, it is. She goes on to say that is all their insight into the market, into the feature set, into what people want to determine the ultimate prices of the devices. Despite the steep price, Bond says that when pre-orders opened in September, the reaction was overwhelming demand for the device. We sold out on the Xbox store. We sold really quickly at a number of other places around the world. I feel really good about the value that we're giving gamers for the price based off the reception to the hardware. Bond says the pre-launch results are a real confirmation of something that we've known and have been working towards for a really long time, which is gaming should act like all entertainment. It should be something you can have with you anywhere. You should be able to play any game you want with anyone you want on any device. Xbox decided to partner with Asus to develop the Ally line of handhelds, quote, to really begin to transform the experience and take it to that next level in a way that we could do partnered much quicker and in a much more innovative way than we could individually with what we were doing. Let's see what else they say. Blah, 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 their stuff. It's a long interview here, Jez. I don't know how come you couldn't interview Sarah Bond for this.
Shut up.
How come you couldn't get an interview?
I really want to, Rand, like, if we ever could get an interview for Xbox 2, who would you want to interview? Would you want to interview Sarah or would you want to interview Phil?
I'd rather interview Phil, but
what does chat? What do you want? Who do you want us to get for Xbox 2 plus one? Because we're getting close to the 400th episode of Xbox 2. And for episode 400, I kind of want to try and get someone legitimate, someone high up at Xbox, whether it's Matt Booty, whether it's Sarah, whether it's Phil. I would love to make that happen.
We'll see. Article goes on. The announcement of the ROG Xbox Allies and Xbox partnership with Asus also sparked some confusion over whether Xbox was out of the in-house made console game. Bond confirms the Xbox team is still hard at work on its next-gen consoles, the follow-up to the Xbox Series X and S, and that there's even the possibility of internally made handhelds. Quote,
I will tell you, I will fucking leak this right fucking now.
Yeah, you sure?
The Xbox handheld is still on the table, bro.
It's never gonna come out, bro.
No, it is.
It's not.
It is gonna come out.
I'm telling you, it's not.
Gonna come out. The Xbox first party handheld is coming out.
Nope.
And Microsoft's making it. They're prototyping it right now.
Dude, they've been prototyping handhelds for forever, bro. We knew about the prototype handheld back in the Xbox One when it was a cloud gaming only thing. When Microsoft when they thought the future, like the handheld gaming was going to be cloud, like they didn't want to make a native handheld device. Come on now.
It's coming, bro.
I'm telling you right now. It's sidelined for a reason. They will. I don't know if Tom's still in chat. I don't know who you back here. Do you back me or Jez in here? Jez is really convinced that they're still going to do a first-party hardware device. I'm convinced that they may want to do it internally. They may think it's a good idea. I think it's going to be one of those things where it's like they don't bother because there's no reason to do it. I'm telling you, man. It's
happening.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I bet you $100.
Fine.
Like
by when?
2029?
By 4 years from now? No. Shorter time frame than that.
No,
yes.
Bro. By 2020 fucking 9. By 2029.
No, we're not having a bet. We're not having a bet that goes on for 4 years.
Oh, fuck on. But that's shit. I spat all over my fucking Xbox Ally now. You see what you made me do, bro?
Yeah.
By 2029, that's the timeline. By 2029, there's an Xbox handout.
20. Even Tom Warren's laughing in chat right now. Someone says I've been hanging out with Tim Dog. Look, I love Tim Dog, but I'm telling you,
the difference is we're still going to be around in 2029. We're still going to be around. So everyone in chat, hold me fucking accountable. Hold me accountable. There'll be an Xbox handout by 2029.
Joey, what's up, Joey? He says Rand sounds like Tim Dog. I mean, I love Tim Dog, but here's the thing. I've always look. I was the one. I've been the one telling.
Why are you replying to me?
I've been the one telling Tim. Tim Dog will talk to me and be like, "They're canceling the hardware." You could ask him. I've told him forever they're not canceling the next gen Xbox. I've said that repeatedly on this show. Now, but also I believe that as much as they want to do the handheld, I don't think they're going to do it. That's just my opinion, and I'm not going to go out there on social media. And look, I don't have any sources on this, so I'm not saying like, oh, it's canceled or whatever. I just don't think they're going to. I just don't think they're going to take it off the shelf and then redo it and then actually release one. So
they're going to do it, bro. By 2029,
I mean, that's great if they do. Like, look, that's one of the things here. Me and you will disagree with on. I don't think they'll release an Xbox first party handheld, but I mean, hopefully they will.
They will. Hold me accountable. Fucking bookmark this shit. 2029. By 2029, there'll be an Xbox handheld. You know, I'll stake. I don't know, my nudes on it.
Yeah. Well, 2029, we have to wait 4 years. Sorry, man. It's a 2-year better or worse.
4 years, bro. We're not getting any younger.
Music says it's over for you, Rand. It's not going to get any better. In regards to what? What's over for me?
The podcast.
I mean, in 4 years, I might be dead in 4 years. So
what? No. You're not allowed to die. You have to suffer me. You have to suffer me for the next 50 years, bro.
No.
You have to suffer me for the next 50 years. How old are you now, Rand? How old are you?
44.
44. So you've got at least 50 more years in the tank, bro. 50 years of Xbox 2 podcasts. We're going to be Rand, I'm not joking, bro. And I'm not just saying this because I've been drinking.
No, you've been saying you're 100%. Only saying it because you're drinking.
No. I'm not saying this because I've been drinking. 100%, like all my brain power right now. I really want to be still podcasting when we're 90 years old.
I don't.
You don't?
When I'm 90, 50 years from now? Are you kidding me?
What the fuck? What else are you going to do when you're 90?
I'll be dead by then.
What else are you going to do?
Well, everybody here will be most likely be dead in 50 years.
Dude, by then, like when is 90 years? So like if you hang on, let me ask Copilot. Right. By the time you're 90 years old, so
it's 50 years from now.
If I'm 45 years old, what year is it when I'm 90? So let's ask Copilot because I don't want to be fucking doing math. So by 2070, bro, they will have invented technology that will prolong your life when you're 2070 years old.
Okay.
Like, they will invented technology, like if you get cancer or something like that, bro, Rand, they will prolong your life. You are not going fucking anywhere. You are fucking locked into this podcast until you were 90, 100, 110, 120 years old, bro. You are not going fucking anywhere. You're going to podcast with me for the next 50 years, bro. You are not escaping. You are not leaving. You are locked in. Do you understand, Rand? You are locked in. You can't escape. I will not.
I will escape. In fact, you know what?
I will not let you leave, bro.
This is the last episode of Xbox 2, and starting next week, my new co-host is going to be Tom Warren. How's that?
Oh,
I'm gonna trade one British journalist for another British journalist. Let's go. Me and Tom Warren, Xbox 2, baby. Let's do it, Tom.
No, Tom Warren's fucking Southern. He doesn't count as. He's
but
not
dude,
real British.
He's British.
He's fucking Southern.
He's journalist.
He's from London. He's not real Brit. He's not real
Brit. We're gonna. You know what? It's better because you have your World of Warcraft craze. Tom has his Destiny 2 craze thing. You know what? I can deal with Destiny 2. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trading one for the other. Let's go.
Dude, Tom's from fucking London. They're not real British. It's like London's like a different fucking country. London is not a real country. They've got like different tax brackets. They've got different pricing. People from London are not real Brits. It's like its own country. bro. It won't be a real.
Look. Paris just
bro.
put in his he wants to co-host, Jez. He put his name in the hat.
Well, dude, fine. Even if you want to get rid of me, fine. But the Xbox 2 will live on till 2070.
The Xbox 2 featuring Paris Lily. Let's go.
Yeah, fine. So be it. But the podcast will live on, man. Even if I'm not a part of it, the podcast will live on. I don't even remember what my original point was. But
I don't know what your original point was either.
I don't fucking remember either. But I've drank too much fucking vodka. But the point of the matter is,
you're too drunk. You know how many times you said "fuck this episode"? you've literally said more times than we probably said in the last 200 episodes.
Look,
right?
look, bro.
You know what?
Okay.
BT Maverick says get Special Nick so we can have the rumor mill back. That's right. We get Special Nick back on here. I'll bring back the rumor mill because I don't care. Unlike Xbox era, where they lock him away and they won't let him do rumor mills no more.
Let's get him on. Give him a message.
Yeah, like Nick, let's go. You can be my co-host. We'll do all the rumor mills, baby.
Let's get him on. Let's get Special Nick on, man.
I mean, we had him on. He hosted an episode.
Me, man. Tom Warren's like, Tom, have you ever been to the Midlands? The Midlands is the real Britain, man. Like, dude, you don't even understand with fucking London. They've got their own like road signs. They've got their own street signs. Like everywhere in England has a specific font for street signs and stuff like that. But London has a different font because it thinks it's so fucking special. I'm telling you, bro, London fucking thinks it's a separate country. It's like, fuck off, London. You don't fucking know anything. Londoners, man, ruining the country. And Tom Warren is part of that outfit. Tom Warren is part of the reason why England is falling, bro.
Really?
England was, yeah. For real, bro. For real.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
You certainly don't.
No, I don't. No. But I love you, bro. I love doing the show.
You're the best.
I love our community. I love our Patreon. I even love like all the community, Tom Warren, Paris Lily, like all the fucking community. Like this Xbox community is so amazing. And that is, for me, like even though Xbox doesn't have exclusive games anymore, what it does have is exclusive community.
An exclusive came out today, didn't it?
Community.
Keeper,
yeah.
That is an exclusive for now.
Yeah, that's true. And Avowed is exclusive.
Still an exclusive, even though it's been out for 8 months. Maybe it does or doesn't go to PlayStation. I don't know. Next week you get the Halo announcement with the reveal of the Halo remake and maybe other stuff.
Halo remake's going to PC. It is going to PC, but
of course it's going to PC.
Sorry.
Why wouldn't it go to PC?
Halo remake is going to PlayStation, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter because who the fuck cares? The more people that get to play, the better. You know, who the fuck cares? The only issue is if it hurts Xbox, and so far it doesn't seem like it is.
I sort of wonder. I wonder if like because I always thought Master Chief Collection will end up going to PlayStation and Switch too, but it really doesn't seem to be the case. It's like they're just gonna do Halo. Chief. Yeah, the Master Chief Collection, right? All the Halo games.
You know, I heard like a couple of years ago that Master Chief Collection was slated for PlayStation.
It was because I know I've talked to people who know that it was in testing at one point for those systems, but I mean it hasn't come to fruition, so I have no idea what happened. So
I don't know either, but I think like it make a shitload of money, and like I think Halo Studios needs money. Like if Halo Studios makes money, that leads to a better game, and I think ultimately what Halo fans deserve. I'm not a Halo fan, as you guys all know. I'm not a Halo fan. I don't give a fuck about Halo. I think it's like it's very American coded, you know. But I think like what Halo needs to really get to that quality bar that people expect is probably more money. I think launching on PlayStation helps it get to that level, for better or worse.
Mr. Warren says the UE5 happens, so that could be it. Maybe the changed UE5 just changed their plans. Special Nick is here. He says my ears were burning for some reason. That's because we're getting rid of Jez. I was going to replace him with Tom. Then Paris wanted to be his replacement. And then people were saying that you should be replacement. So Special Nick is going to be Jez's replace. And I said, Nick, that when you become Jez's replacement, we're reinstituting, lifting the ban of the rumor mill. Every episode of Xbox 2 with Nick will have a rumor mill that's 20 minutes long because we're not gonna censor you here on Xbox 2, Nick. You can bring back the rumor mill.
Like I love John Mechanico, but man, it's so mean that you'd censor Nick. What, John? If you're listening to this, which you're not, stop censoring Nick, bro. Nick's rumor mill is important, bro. It's really important. John, like Nick knows shit, bro. He knows all the Fortnite skins that are coming.
Yeah, he's the ultimate Fortnite important. Insider for sure.
Like nobody cares about Xbox, but they do care about Fortnite. And you know who knows about Fortnite skins? It's fucking Nick. That's the most important thing in all of gaming right now. Is who knows about Fortnite skins? Nobody knows about Fortnite skins as much as Nick. Tom Warren, hashtag free Nick. Free fucking Nick.
I mean, people, J-Boy wants COG. Hey. You know,
I fucking love Cognito, man. I'd fucking Cognito. I'm sorry, right? Cognito is the coolest person in this whole community. Cognito is so fucking cool. He's so fucking cool. I love Cognito. He's the nicest fucking guy I've met in this community. He's even nicer than you, Rand. Cognito.
I'm not nice, though.
No. Yeah, but you're from Chicago. But actually, Cognito's from Chicago as well, isn't he?
Cognito's in New York.
But isn't New York and Chicago basically the same place?
No, they're definitely not the same place. I mean, Chicago's a better city than New York. I mean, that goes without question.
Don't they both have deep dish pizza? Don't they both
no. New York has their own style pizza.
Really? What's the difference? Explain to me the difference.
Well, people would say that Chicago pizza is a casserole, and New York pizza is basically like these big, huge slices. So they're very different. I don't like deep dish pizza. I hate Chicago pizza.
You fucking what?
I hate Chicago pizza.
Isn't that a betrayal?
No, it's not a betrayal.
That's a betrayal of Chicago, isn't it? The Cubs and all that shit.
I mean, I hate the Cubs too. I was so happy when the Cubs lost the playoffs.
Who do you support then?
The White Sox. The White Sox, the Bulls, the Bears, the Blackhawks, and any team who's playing the Cubs. So I was really happy when the Cubs lost.
Did you see what the Pope said about the Cubs?
What did the Pope say?
The Pope said the Cubs lost.
I know they sure did. Failsafe says, sorry, Chicago's the second city. Everybody knows that. I mean, yeah, that's what it's called, the second city. But that's also mainly because Chicago burnt down to the ground during the Great Chicago Fire and had to be rebuilt.
When was that?
I forget what year it was.
I'm going to Google it.
Yeah, Google Great Chicago Fire. But everybody knows Chicago's a better city than New York.
Oh, shit. Right, the Great Chicago Fire was 1871. Devastated the city of Chicago, resulting in approximately 300 deaths and leaving 100,000 residents homeless. That's kind of like the Great Fire of London, bro. Sir Riffsalot says, replace Jez with, oh no, it's Alex. Fucking do it, Rand. Fucking do it.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Alex. Fucking awesome guy, man. I fancy that guy, bro. I would go full bisexual for, oh no, it's Alex.
Wow.
I'm fucking putting it out there, bro. I'm putting it out there, bro.
Crazy Kazzy says, I'd rather live in Chicago than New York for sure. I mean, who wouldn't? Chicago's great. As long as you don't go to certain areas. I mean, like, Chicago's pretty good. Austin wants to know why we're replacing Jez. We're not replacing Jez. I was just joking around. If I did if we ever had to replace Jez, the show probably wouldn't be on Fridays because I'd have to work around other people's schedules. It'd be too early for Special Nick. Paris probably couldn't do it. Tom probably is. Yeah, we'd have to completely do it. But we're not getting rid of Jez. Is here to stay. You know what I mean? So we're just joking around.
No, but dude, if I died, who would you
died? Now we're talking about if you kick the bucket, huh?
Yeah, I kick the bucket. Who would you replace me with? Who's the ideal candidate for you?
I don't know if I would continue on with the Xbox 2 because I think Xbox 2 is just me and you. So if you died or passed away, and if I was going to do another podcast, I'd probably just rename it. I'd probably start a new one and have it called something else.
I really, at the start of the show, we were joking about like calling the show "This is an Xbox podcast."
Yeah.
I kind of like that name for an Xbox podcast. This is an Xbox podcast.
This is an Xbox
I like
podcast. Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Hey, but you're the one that wanted to remove Xbox from the name.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to remove Xbox from the name, and like we call it the XB2. I'm worried that like one day Microsoft might be like, hang on, you're using our copyright. Because drwindows.com, Dr. Windows, which is a German Windows Central kind of blog in German, they got fucking subpoenaed by Microsoft and they were like, you can't use Windows in your name. drwindows.com. So I was kind of like worried about that shit, bro. But I don't think Microsoft minds us using the Xbox in our podcast.
At least not right now. But
not
who
right
knows?
now. Maybe one day, you know, when Phil retires and like someone else comes on.
Yeah. Hey, what was it? The Steam 2? I don't know. I don't know if we kept the 2 branding, but whatever. So Tom Warren says, I have a good name podcast for you. Party Chat. Wasn't that the name
That's a good name.
Wasn't that the name of the Reddit Xbox? Wasn't there like a Party Chat podcast, if I remember, or something not that long?
There might have been. There might have been back in the day.
There might have been. Yeah. That is true.
Give away some codes in chat.
I mean, you can give away whatever you want. You got codes to give away.
Let's do it. Let's give away some codes.
I don't have any codes to give away.
Tom Warren will snap them all up, man.
Tom Warren has all the games, though. So is Paris. So is, you know.
Yeah, Paris with his fucking yellow chair, man. What the fuck are you doing?
You're jealous that he got that chair, though, because you love Cyberpunk.
I had to buy my own collector's edition, man.
Boo-hoo! I had to buy my own. Oh, no. Poor Jez had to spend money on something he wanted. Oh, no. What are we going to do?
What's the point? What's the point of being an influencer if you have to buy your own shit? I had to buy my own World of Warcraft collector's edition as well. What the fuck, man? What's the point of being an influencer if you have to buy your own shit?
I don't know. You tell me. I buy a lot of my stuff. I bought Little Nightmares 3 for $40, and I was kind of like, it wasn't as good as I thought. Not that I don't think I wasted $40, but you know, I was kind of like, well, this probably better served half price or something because it wasn't as good as the other two. Makes me want to replay the other two just to kind of remove the taste of my disappointment from that I had with that game, you know? Ugh. Anyways.
What the fuck are we even talking about?
I don't know.
What the fuck are we even talking about?
We're not talking about anything. We're just rambling.
We
were talking about like the, you know, this is an Xbox drama stuff, which turned into all this sort of stuff. I don't even know anymore. I really
don't want to annoy you, but it's also my Friday, so I want to chill.
You don't want to annoy me? What do you mean?
Like, I didn't start drinking until I was in my mid-20s. So I always felt like when other people were drinking and not me, it was a little bit annoying when I was sober and everyone else was drunk.
Yeah, I mean,
so I don't want.
That was my high school and college experience. I was the designated driver during high school, so I was always around drunk people. Why do you
not drink? Why do you not drink?
I don't want to drink. I mean, because.
Have you ever been drunk?
Yes, of course. Who has? Yeah.
You not like it?
No, I never liked it. I've done it. I remember one time I got really sick. I woke up in my own puke outside on the lawn.
No, but dude, tell me why. Why don't you want to be drunk?
Because I don't like the taste. I don't like the feeling. It's the same reason
Nobody likes the taste. Nobody likes the taste.
It's the same reason why I don't like getting high. I don't like not being in control. So that's my issue. You know, when I was in high school, some of my buddies were smokers of the ganj, if you know what I mean, and started doing it because, you know, whatever, it's high school, peer pressure, whatnot. And I remember one time I just didn't like it because I didn't feel in control, and I stopped doing it. I didn't want to do it anymore. And the same thing with alcohol was like, I got my driver's license first and I had a car. So I was the one driving everybody around. And that's when everybody first started experimenting with alcohol, whether it was liquor or whether it was beer. But I was always the one that had to drive because nobody else had their car, nobody else had their license, so it was on me, which was fine. And then eventually, when everybody else got their license and when everybody else got their cars, I didn't really care to try. I mean, I would try sometimes, and I just wouldn't like the taste, and then so I ruled out beer, and then I started like, okay, well, what about liquor? Like, what about whiskey? What about stuff like that? And I mean, I'm not saying like I haven't like I remember when I'll go out for dinner recently or whatever. I had like a screwdriver or something. I could easily have a screwdriver. It's fine, but I'll have like one. I'm not looking to get drunk because there have been times where the one time I really did get drunk, I got really sick. And since then, I was just like, nah, I don't really want to do this. So I never did. And Long Island iced teas, I mean, I like those too, but I never did it to get drunk. I just would be like, it's something to drink, but no.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I was always like, when I was younger, I don't know if it's like this in America, but in Britain, it's pretty normal for 13-year-olds to drink. Like 13-year-old and up, like teens, to get fucking wasted. And when I was in senior school, like 13 to 16, people were going to house parties and people were getting absolutely wasted and they were throwing up and all that kind of shit. I really didn't want to do that because like my parents were always alcoholics. So I was like, I didn't want to lose control. But like when I was in my mid-20s, I started like trying to drink, and it's topical. I started drinking because of Battlefield, which is kind of typical for Battlefield 6. But like me and my friends, we used to play Battlefield, and they were convincing me to have like a couple of drinks while playing Battlefield. And I was like, oh, actually, this is kind of fun. It's not like kind of like the craziness that I expected from it. And I don't know if like I try really hard when I'm drunk to focus my brain and sort of still think properly. I don't know how well I achieve this, but I try to like maintain a level of control that I think some of the people potentially don't when they're drunk. Like I've had like fucking hell, I've had so much alcohol right now as I say this.
Mm.
I don't know. I can feel myself slurring my words and shit like that, and like overcompensating for like pronunciation and things like that. Um, but when I was like a kid, I was scared that like when I would drink, I would lose complete control. I'd lose all control, and I'd just do something stupid, embarrass myself, and all that kind of thing. But when I was like in my early 20s and I first started drinking, I potentially overcompensated to some degree. When I was drinking, I'd play Battlefield, I'd drink, and I'd have fun. And I was like, actually, this is okay. This is not bad. This is not like I'm not losing complete control. I'm not totally doing something stupid that I wouldn't do if I was sober, that kind of thing. I just kind of like maybe like over expressing myself to some degree. Um, and I sort of got more comfortable with it. Like obviously, like as a Brit, drinking is kind of part of the culture in Britain to some degree. I don't know if it is in America, Rand. Maybe you can like I don't know a testament to that. But in Britain, drinking is very much part of the culture in Britain, for better or worse. And I kind of hope I've never done anything while drunk that completely fucked up my entire life. Like I think some people have. Um, but I don't know. Some people like they take drinking too far, and it becomes like they're kind of like their lifestyle. You know, I
Sure.
drink once in a while. I drink once in a while. I don't drink every day. I drink once in a while, and I think that's kind of like the ideal kind of ratio to some degree. But I don't know, man. It's a slippery slope, I suppose, to some degree. I don't know how we even got on this track, but
Bro, did you?
yeah.
I just saw this. I briefly mention it, and then we're gonna go to Patreon questions. But do you know that Pokemon poop now?
The what? Sorry?
Pokemon poop now.
No, I don't know what the fuck that is.
So in Japan, Pokemon Legends ZA mentions Pikachu pooping, but the game's English language translation adjusts the dialogue to Pikachu experiencing tummy troubles. Regardless, it's official. Pokemon poop. This is
The fuck?
this is a tweet I just saw from IGN from 5 hours ago. The headline is Pokemon poop now.
The only thing about Pokemon that I've seen for Pokemon, like a new Pokemon game came out recently. The graphics are fucking trash. It's like some of the worst graphics I've ever seen in a AAA game. It's a huge issue. I think when Pokemon's like literally benchmarked as the biggest media franchise in history, and I think like there was a big hack for Nintendo recently. Rand, I don't know if you saw this, but there was a big hack for Nintendo recently where they were like, they were leaking a lot of data about Pokemon.
This has a community note on it saying Pokemon have always pooped.
But Ryan, did you see the budget for the new Pokemon? Did you see the budget?
No. I haven't seen anything about the Pokemon game
So
outside of Pokemon
the budget,
pooping.
yeah. So the budget for the new Pokemon is like tens of millions of dollars, even though Pokemon makes billions of dollars. So it's like the implication is that Pokemon basically is underfunded, right? And that all the money from Pokemon is sort of going to shareholders and stuff like that. Because the new Pokemon game, ZA or whatever it's called, I don't even know what it's called. It looks ugly as hell. Like there are mobile games that look better than Pokemon. They're underfunding the game. It looks fucking trash. And I don't know if Don Attacker is here, like the resident Nintendo defender of the Xbox 2 podcast, but the game looks fucking awful, man. It's like absolute indie game jank, like sub indie game. It's fucking trash. There's no universe where Pokemon should be this ugly, this flat textured, you know. And it's a universe where Nintendo is just making maximum profits because they know people will buy Pokemon regardless. They know that people will buy that shit, regardless of how bad it is, for better or worse. And that's kind of the universe that Pokemon exists in right now, is that they know people will buy it, even though it's trash. So it's just kind of funny how Nintendo is held to a different standard that Xbox is held to. Nintendo is held to a different standard that PlayStation is held to. Like one of the things that's been, I don't know if you noticed this, Rand, but like there's been 3 discourses recently in gaming, Rand. There's been 3 discourses. One of the discourses is like, is this an Xbox?
Sure.
Which we talked about earlier. One of the discourses has been, is Ghost of Yotei woke? Have you seen that, Rand?
I mean, it's any game that's sort of like that. Well, it's if it's not Ghost of Yotei, they'll move on to the next game. It was Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it was something else, and then it just one game after the next, and then I'm sure we'll get into other games. It'll be Outer Worlds 2 or something, right? Like but yes, like the Ghost of Yotei stuff.
But do you know what the other discourse is? Do you know what the other discourse is in gaming right now?
What?
Did Hassan electrocute his dog?
I haven't seen that one.
Do you know who Hassan is?
Yes, I know who he is.
Yeah, so like this like left-wing YouTuber apparently electrocuted his fucking dog.
What, he got a
So
shock collar for his dog or something?
Yeah, a shock collar, man. A fucking shock collar for his dog. So that's the other discourse. Like there's 3 fucking universes of discourse right now. And one is like, is Xbox bad? One is Ghost of Yotei woke, and the other one is Hassan electrocuted his fucking dog. Those are the three horsemen of discourse right now. I don't know which is like the most impertinent or the most relevant right now, but those are the three horsemen of discourse. Oh, there's a fourth horseman somewhere. I suppose the 4th horseman is like Pokemon graphics bad, but Pokemon. I have no idea how Nintendo gets away with this because I feel like Nintendo and PlayStation and Xbox wouldn't get away with this, Rand. Do you agree with me, Rand, that PlayStation and Xbox wouldn't get away with such mediocre kind of graphics?
No, they wouldn't.
No, I don't know.
No. Pokemon's thing of itself. I don't know. Maybe the fan base who plays Pokemon doesn't care what it looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking annoying because And this is why Nintendo wants to shut down competition, because competition would force Nintendo to make Pokemon better. And that's why they attack Power World. That's why they attack other games. Even World of Warcraft is swerving away from like some Pokemon-esque mechanics with its pet battle system. And that's why, like, it's fucking bad when a company has such a dominant position that they can nickel and dime people. I think the leak said that the new Pokemon game had a budget of $20 million when Pokemon makes billions of dollars. That's fucked up, man. That is fucked up, bro.
Hey, I mean, Nintendo, them keeping the budgets under control for their games, I guess. But anyways, enough about Pokemon and their pooping habits. We have some Patreon questions here to discuss, so I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us today. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you want to. And, don't forget about our sponsor for this episode. We got Surfshark, 86% off a 2-year deal. Links in the description, in the comments. It's pinned. Check it out. Supports the show. Let's take some questions. Let's see here. We got... Let me bring these up. We have Silas who says, "Hello, boys. I've been curious of late how publishers, platform holders send out review codes and hardware to websites and content creators. Take Xbox. Is there some kind of list that outlets and content creators apply to get on? Is there requests per product that goes around? Or does Xbox decide who gets what? I ask because especially with content creators, it seems kind of random. For example, Coke got a Series X and the new ROG Xbox handheld for review, and Rand only got the Series X. Is it because they know Rand despises handhelds more than Pokemon and won't do a video, or are products offered that you decline because you have no interest?"
I mean, that's exactly it. Like, honestly, if Rand has expressed displeasure in handhelds, he ain't gonna get a handheld. Whereas me, I've got a Nova Legion Go, which I purchased myself. I've got a ROG Ally. I've got a bunch of handhelds. I got a Steam Deck, which I purchased myself. They know that I'm into that shit. So they will obviously like accommodate me with regards to review units and stuff like that. Windows Central actually got 4 review units of ROG Ally. Because Rebecca Spear did our reviews, and she's someone who like uses handhelds a lot. So like they pass that shit, and they're like, oh, okay, well, Rebecca Spear, who works for Windows Central, she's someone who loves handhelds. So let's pass her. Whereas Randall 419 is someone who fucking hates handhelds. Rand would like wipe his ass with a handheld. He hates that shit. So like, why would he give him that? So like, there is an element of PR there, you know.
Well,
But
also,
like as you say, like sometimes that backfires. Like Austin Evans and I think some other people get pretty negative reviews of the Xbox Ally. So
sometimes there's like for reviews, sometimes there's just a list they have where, okay, you're on this list, they'll send out reviews.
I'm just gonna be right back for a pack way though.
All right. Like they have lists there for different like tiers for different sort of things, and if you're on that list, you'll get codes. Like it's just kind of how it goes. I mean, there are different websites like Keymailer, you can sign up there and you can ask for codes, you can email directly to companies and get stuff, but I mean, I don't know how it works on PlayStation or whatever, but with Xbox, I'm pretty sure if you're on the list, you'll get sent a code. As for hardware, I mean, some people ask, like, hey, if when you guys are doing, thinking about sending out, hardware for review, can you keep me in mind? Because I remember I did ask for an Xbox One X when it was coming out, and they straight up told me no. I did ask for a Series X, and I got one, but I didn't ask for the ROG Ally because I don't care about it, and I think they know that, so it wasn't offered to me anyways. And if it was offered to me, I probably wouldn't have taken it anyways because I wouldn't use it, so it'd be kind of a pointless thing. So I'm sure they're like their PR company has a list of people that, whether they're have like a big subscriber count with big views that they want to get in front of, like the Linus Tech Tips and the Austin Evans and all those sort of people, the iJustines, and then there's probably other websites that they gaming websites, IGN, Windows Central, they're all on the list and they probably don't have to ask. And then there's like smaller creators where depending on how many, because with codes you can sort of generate as many as you want. With hardware, you're only going to have like so many, right? So you might have some earmarked where it's just you're thought of, and I'm pretty sure they know because I know they listen to the show that I had zero interest in the thing. So I suppose you could make an argument. Well, if someone who's zero interest thing, you could send it to them and then they play it and then be like, how does someone who doesn't care about this actually like it? But yeah, that's how that stuff goes. But yeah, I didn't ask for one. Omen says, Happy Friday. So the Xbox ROG Ally reviews are out, and to me, it seems like the reception is lukewarm at best. Do you think this reception might motivate Microsoft to revive the native Xbox handheld, or do you think they might double down even harder to make the Windows gaming experience better? I mean, we know they're trying to make the Windows gaming experience better for sure. And me and Jez had our little debate about whether or not the first party Xbox handheld actually releases. I mean, I do believe Jez, and I mean, we just read the Variety report that it's a possibility they do it again. So I do think it's a possibility. I just think they're going to be like, there's no real reason to. We're like, the hang up I think that a lot of people have with the ROG is the Xbox experience on the device, which kind of goes into with the whole Windows 11 thing for gaming in general. So I think if they focus on that and make Windows 11 really great for gaming and they focus on the UI stuff for the Xbox experience there, I think that's probably more important than releasing their own first party handheld. I do have a caveat, Jez. Mm-hmm. My caveat with them doing so, because there's always a chance that handheld gaming kind of blows up. Handheld PC gaming, like whatever, because Switch 2 does incredibly well. It's handheld. I was thinking like maybe if PlayStation got into it with their handheld, and now people just want handhelds, and then suddenly Steam Deck 2 comes out and it blows away the Steam Deck 1's number, where now handheld gaming isn't like a niche market, because right now it's ultra niche. But
ultra niche.
It's ultra niche. But if in the future, with PlayStation getting in on it and potentially a Steam Deck 2, if that market really considerably grows, then I could see Microsoft being like, all right, well, we can do this now. But if it sort of stays within its own pocket like as it currently is, I'm still going to say the opposite of you, that it won't. But yeah. What do you think about Omen saying that the reception is lukewarm? Do you agree with that? That the overall
lukewarm to what? Sorry,
the reception for the ROG Ally has been lukewarm.
I mean, it ultimately revolves around how much stock there is. We don't know how much stock there is.
No. He's talking about the reviews.
Okay, so the reviews, I'm ignoring the reviews.
Okay.
The reason why I'm ignoring the reviews is because a lot of the negative ones are from people who don't use the Xbox ecosystem.
Okay.
If you are someone who, like, when I titled my YouTube review of the Xbox Ally, which you can find on Windows Central Gaming, I put in the title from someone who actually uses the Xbox ecosystem. Because if you are someone who doesn't use the Xbox ecosystem, you're gonna find friction. If you're someone who primarily uses Steam or primarily uses PlayStation, you're not going to enjoy it as much as someone who uses the Xbox ecosystem. But as someone who uses the Xbox ecosystem, i.e. synchronized achievements, synchronized save files, and all that kinds of shit, I think you have a different perspective from people who do not use the Xbox ecosystem. People who are PC gamers first, people who are PlayStation gamers first. And a lot of these outlets, whether it's The Verge, IGN, or whoever, like IGN actually gave it a pretty positive review. But a lot of these other reviewers, like Austin Evans and whatever, they don't use Xbox. It's not their fucking primary ecosystem. This device is designed for people who use Xbox as their primary fucking ecosystem, right? It's designed for you. It's designed for me. So for someone who it's designed for, it's actually pretty good. Like, it's buggy, it's laggy, it could be better, sure. But as someone who like uses this ecosystem, it's actually a pretty decent experience. And in fact, it's way better than the Steam Deck. It's way better than Nintendo Switch. It's way better than the previous generation Xbox handhelds, whether it's like the Lenovo Legion Go 1 or the ROG Ally 1. It's a way better experience. So that's kind of where I approached it from my review. It wasn't like I'm not going to recommend it to someone who doesn't use the Xbox ecosystem, but as someone who does use the Xbox ecosystem, it's fucking okay. It's okay, man. Or maybe you don't. Maybe okay is not good enough for $1,000 device, but if you can afford it, you use it a lot. Like I use it a lot.
We have Chris M. who says, Happy Friday, guys. Hope the week wasn't too crazy. You've said the price increase to Game Pass is here to stay, and a lot of people don't see the value anymore if things like Ubisoft Classic or Fortnite Crew don't appeal to them. Couldn't they increase the value added from Game Pass by just including the current Deluxe Edition upgrades for Xbox first-party games like Outer Worlds 2 and Game Pass Ultimate? I don't see a lot of people paying for both Game Pass and the $30 Deluxe upgrades, so why not offer them as a perk to help give Game Pass a little something extra to keep people around and bring back some value to Game Pass at its new price point. Hope you both have an awesome weekend. Yeah, we've talked about that before, about like why don't they include like the Xbox first party stuff, include the Ultimate Editions, include like the expansions and the DLCs and stuff, because it would have been like, oh, well, at least it's more of a value. Like if you got the $100 version of Outer Worlds 2 with your Game Pass Ultimate thing. But I think the reason is because I think they're happy selling you the upgrade for $30, right? I think that's really it. Is they probably did a cost analysis and said, well, we could include these versions of this game in there, and how many more subscribers would it drive? And the answer is probably not many. Versus if we sold it separately for the people who want to play it early and who want the stuff, they're actually paying us like $30 or $20 or whatever it is, and they have to stay subscribed to Game Pass, because if they don't, they can't use the things they just bought. Like if you buy the $30 upgrade, but then you unsubscribe without buying Outer Worlds 2, you can't use that upgrade for the game because you no longer have the game. I think it really is as simple as that. They thought it would be a better way to maximize revenue versus including those within like the highest tier. I think it's a simple money thing. They just looked at it like that. Rave Damo says,
I mean, sorry, go on.
Well, what do you got to say on this one? Do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. Rave Damo says, Evening Jez, let's assume the next Xbox arrives in November 2027 and that its software experience builds iteratively on what we're seeing today with the Xbox Ally and the X. That's fair to say, right? With those assumptions in place, here's the question. Using World of Warcraft quality tiers as your scoring system, what color tier would you award to Xbox's full screen experience today? What does Microsoft need to nail over the next 720 days to level it up to purple, orange, or even gold? What say you? Happy Friday, Surfstark Rar.
Right. I would give the current Xbox full screen experience about maybe 5 out of 10. Like, it's okay if you like, if all you're doing is trying to launch into a game, it's okay. But when you try and move out of that experience, it's fucked. Like, if you try and like launch an app, it's fucked. If you try and like launch into Steam, it's fucked initially. If you try and launch a game that isn't optimized for handheld, it's not great. You know, all that kind of stuff matters for someone who's trying to like just treat the Xbox Ally or the Xbox Ally X as a console. There's a lot of issues that still need to be solved. It's like it's not a flawless experience as of writing, as of today. There's a lot of things that need to be solved.
Yeah, but bro, there's a difference between not a flawless experience and a 5 out of 10, which is what you said it was. That's like gulfs of a difference. I mean, that's basically saying it's almost broken.
I mean, okay, maybe 5 out of 10 is harsh, but like honestly, like 6 out of 10 maybe. Like there's so many things that you need to like move into the desktop to fix, Rand.
Okay.
Like for this to be more than like a 5 out of 10, it needs to be like I need to be able to use it with the joysticks completely. Like I don't want to have to be jumping into like the power settings for Windows. I don't want to have to be jumping into like setting the amount of VRAM available. all that kind of stuff, like the console experience. The console experience on Xbox is like I turn on my console and I launch a game. That is the experience. But on the Xbox Ally, it's like I have to like wait an hour to do the updates. I have to wait fucking however many hours for the games to update, and then I have to like configure the games like for 30 minutes maybe to tweak it left and forth and figure out how I want it to be. Like in the next year, one of the things they're going to launch is like game profiles for the Xbox Ally. So like it'll find the best settings for the Xbox Ally and it will give it to you, you know, out of the box instead of like expecting you to do it yourself. All that kind of stuff. The console experience, Rand, when we talk about the console experience, the issue is like launching a game and then it working instantly. That is not what you get on the Xbox Ally today. You have to do a lot of tweaks. You have to do a lot of like tinkering and all that kind of stuff. That's not where we're at today with the Xbox Ally. It is still a PC at the end of the day. So I think to get there, we're still like maybe 6 months away. But when it comes, and like one of the other things I've heard, Rand, like this is like, I don't know if this will actually happen. And this is like, take this as a rumor with a heavy pinch of salt.
You sure you want to say this?
Yeah.
Are you
bro.
sure? Are you really, really sure?
I'm sure I want to say this.
Okay.
I've heard.
All right. Well.
Yeah. I know you're trying to protect me.
Sure
I know you're trying to.
you're probably getting in trouble if say this.
Fuck it, YOLO, man. I've heard that.
You sure?
Okay. I will caveat this. I've heard there are like some cool things coming for the Xbox Ally over the next year that will make it seem more like an Xbox.
I mean, that's not saying much, Jez. I mean, whatever. If you want to say what you've heard, then go ahead and say it. I mean, look. I'm not. No, go ahead.
Okay. More of your Xbox games will run the Xbox Ally over the next 12 months. I'll fucking put it like that. Okay? So like the Xbox Ally today is not much of an Xbox, it's more of a PC. But over the next 12 months, there's the shit that Xbox is working on, similar to the Xbox backwards compatibility program, that will enable more games on these kind of devices.
In what way?
That's what I've heard.
More Play Anywhere or emulation?
Emulation, baby. Emu-fucking-lation.
So they built. Did they build an emulator that's gonna play your games on the Xbox Ally?
I don't know, but it's going to be more of an Xbox than it was in October 2025. So like,
Failsafe says this is what we talked about in chat an hour ago. Well, that may be, but I'm not going to say anything about it because I was told not to. So,
yeah. So, this is one of the issues the Xbox Ally. Today, it's an early adopter experience, but in 6 months, it should be a lot better, especially the Xbox Ally X, when it's got the AI MPU fully up to speed with super resolution, and it's also got like maybe some of the hints I've received recently about emulation. It should run more of your Xbox games. It should be more of an Xbox in 6 months than it is today. I don't know how true that is, so take it as podcast speculation, not necessarily something I would write on Windows Central. Take it as podcast speculation, but I'm optimistic about the Xbox Ally. So come back to this podcast in 6 months to see what happens.
All right. We have Google Lens who says, hello, guys. As of writing this, it is Thursday, so Keeper is not out yet. My question is that, do you think it's a good idea what Double Fine is doing by putting Lee Petty in the spotlight for Keeper? He is the project lead for Keeper, after all. Double Fine just posted a video during a retrospective on Lee's career in the games industry, so they're showing him off. Right now, Tim Schafer is 58, so you would think that he will retire eventually soonish. So putting someone else in the forefront seems like a good idea. Even when Tim was being interviewed at Gamescom about Keeper, he was talking more about Lee than himself. I think it's a good idea to leave behind some sort of structure for the Double Fine to have without Tim. I know that Tim Schafer is famous in his own right in the gaming industry, but I think Double Fine itself has a good enough identity to thrive on its own, even without Tim. Also, Tim in his retirement might still be able to write, so it would take the workload off of running Double Fine, but he would still be able to contribute in his own way like he does now. Tim has said in the past that Lee is good with letting him go off and do his own thing and not having to worry about him because he knows Lee is dependable. Not that Lee would lead Double Fine or anything like that, but for the basics of letting things be able to run on their own. So what do you guys think of founders or leaders of a studio setting up framework for the studios to thrive on their own after they leave? And do you think that Double Fine will thrive even without Tim leading the charge? I mean, it's a good question. I don't have an issue, having spotlighting Lee, because like you said, Tim's not going to be there forever. This happens with a lot of studios. It's like eventually people rise up the ranks and they have to take more of a workload, but Tim's at that age where he may retire. So then you have someone else ready to go and then somebody else, and that's how it, will continue, right? But will I think Double Fine will thrive? I mean, with the reception of Keeper, it seems like it's doing well. So yeah, I mean, do you attribute all of Double Fine's success to Tim? I think even he would say that's ridiculous because it's a team effort. But I'm interested in playing Keeper for myself and seeing what it's like. But I mean, this sort of thing has to happen because founders will leave eventually, and you got to have somebody else in charge. So I mean, I only look at it as a good thing. So they clearly think that he's, ready to take on the responsibility. So, yeah.
I mean, it's always tough when you look at like legacy franchises like World of Warcraft or Call of Duty or Halo or whatever. That the original people who made those games have moved on. They've either retired or moved on to other things and stuff like that. You kind of have to like. It's a difficult proposition where you have to like honor that legacy, while at the same time delivering for new fans and stuff like that. And I suppose like with whether it's like Double Fine or any other studio, you kind of have to like figure out a roadmap for what that looks like in a universe where the auteur, the person who created that platform retires, whether it's Phil, whether it's Tim Schafer or whoever else, right?
Let's see. We got Panda Man that says, "Hey guys, been playing Cyberpunk and I'm in love with it. How long until the next Cyberpunk? Why do they not continue to add on to this game? Graphics and everything are so good, so I don't see the point in having a full-blown new game." Well, because it's a single-player game and sales have probably tapered off, so adding any DLC isn't really going to cause new sales. Because it's not a multiplayer game. So how long to the next Cyberpunk? It's going to be a while because we know their next project's Witcher 4, which is probably coming 2027, 2028. So the next Cyberpunk is probably after that. I don't know if that would be it'd be in the 2030s sometime. But I mean, that's kind of the cycle of the single player stuff, right? Where you make a game, you sell it, you earn all your revenue, maybe you still spend some money on DLC, and then a portion of your audience buys that. But at some point, like, the sales dry up. Even though, like, Cyberpunk's tail is probably a lot longer than most other single-player games, you kind of need to make something new. So all the people that played that game all go and buy this game. And I get what you're saying. Like, hey, it's already so great. Why don't they just continue to just add on to this? It's because not everybody's gonna care. Like say 30 million people bought Cyberpunk and then they add a DLC or something, maybe 2 million people go back. But it's not the 30 million that like originally like bought it. So it's different for a live service game where you have millions and millions of playing it and they keep on playing it forever, and you just give them more skins, give them more things to spend their money on. Like Cyberpunk doesn't have that. They don't, it's not selling skins. It's kind of just its own singular experience. So that's why
a long tail.
Well, I'm sure Cyberpunk has a longer tail than most other games, but time for a new one so they can get those 30 million people, whoever bought it before, to spend their money and buy it again.
What's the name of the next Cyberpunk? It's Orion, right? Project
I
Orion,
forget what it is,
something
yeah,
like
but they
that.
got a lot of projects there. Yeah, Witcher 4 is next, and then we'll see where it goes. Did you see Remedy? I didn't put this in there, but man, Remedy took a bath on FBC, huh? I don't know why they did that game. I don't. That's another thing. Like we talk about Quantic Dream, like known for a specific type of game, and then they go make a multiplayer game that I think is going to bomb. And you have Remedy, who's really good at making a certain type of game, and they make this live service shooter that nobody asked for, and it bombed. You know, they got money from both PlayStation and Xbox for Game Pass and PlayStation Plus, but that's it. They're talking. I think they're talking about they had to take a $15 million loss. Like the game cost $30 million to make, and they're taking a $15 million loss on it or something. And it's like anybody.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed, Rand,
What?
because I was bullish on FBC Five, right? Do you remember on this show? I think like a few weeks
I
ago, a
think when
few
you.
months ago, even.
I mean, I think when you
I was like,
originally previewed it, you thought, you were
and it,
bullish
I was
on it.
like, yeah, I was like, this could be a thing, but it's not. No.
Yeah, but it's just anybody who could have
So
told
wow.
them it's not going to work. It's like it's another example of a studio that wanted to jump on the live service craze, whether it's investors or what have you, and now you're losing money. And I just hope it really doesn't affect Remedy long term. But yeah, so we have Governor Grimm, who says, "Hey guys, hope you had a great week. We all know Xbox is trying to combine the PC and the Xbox console player base. How do they thread the needle with Game Pass? What I mean is they can't keep paying for online and keep PC Game Pass around if both are accessible on the console or Ally X. My guess is that PC Game Pass goes away to streamline the Game Pass and further monetize the player base. What changes do you anticipate they will make to Game Pass as they transition to the hybrid console? Thanks." Good question.
Hmm.
It's kind of an unknown how that will be structured on the next Xbox console. I mean, you could make an argument it won't change. You can make an argument that the way Game Pass is structured now is exactly how it'll show up on the next gen system. Even though it's like it would be a hybrid PC, like me and Jez both think that they'll drop the multiplayer paywall with that system, and it'll only be dropped on that system. And maybe they could, but they could still keep, the lowest tier. But maybe they don't. Maybe they feel like if you're playing on this device, it doesn't matter. You'll be fine with it or whatever. I don't know. It's still 2 years away, but I could see a scenario where it doesn't change.
Hmm.
Because I don't think they just get rid of it and then be like, well, no, if you're on this device, it's just PC Game Pass that you need. Now they're going to want people to be subscribed to Game Pass Ultimate. So, that is the interesting question. Like, if you're trying to merge the two, but you got two different sets of Game Pass, how do you make that work? I still think we're 2 years away from that being a thing. So maybe we'll find out eventually down the road what their changes are, what they plan changes are. So maybe it's a little bit too early to tell. I mean, clearly it hasn't changed much with the Ally X. So, they didn't change it at all. Well, I mean, I don't know. Would you argue that the changes to Game Pass were also because of Ally X, or is that just that maybe like
Honestly,
it's just a coincidence and it's not really?
nuh-uh. I was actually told by a source that one of the reasons for the restructuring Game Pass was decouple it from devices. So, like,
Okay.
one of the things you'll notice from like the whole restructure was like they added benefits for people who are on PC. So, like, Xbox Game Pass Premium now has PC games. Xbox Game Pass Core now has PC games, so on and so forth. I think one of the things with the restructure was designed to address was growing on the low end, like giving people a way to like subscribe and get benefits even by paying the minimal amount. Before, to get the full benefit of Game Pass, you had to really go to Ultimate, whether it's cloud and PC and stuff like that. But now even on Core, you even on like what do they call it, Rand? The Core version, is it Essential?
Yes, this
It's
is essential.
Essential.
Yeah.
Even on the Essential tier, you now get You now get some cloud and you get some PC, right? That's the whole idea behind some of this shit, right? Um, so I don't know if it'll pay off, but I think that is the intent here, is that like people can subscribe at the low end and still get some benefit out of it. I don't know if anyone in chat has subscribed on Xbox Game Pass Essential for cloud specifically, but that's one of the things that Microsoft, my sources tell me, the whole restructure was designed to make it easier for people in countries like Brazil and other countries access cloud gaming for cheaper. That was what the restructure was really aimed at. And I think it's the richer players who are paying $30 a month, they are subsidizing that to some degree. But the people who feel like that's worth it, whether they are paying Call of Duty Day One or playing Call of Xbox Cloud Gaming at 1440p, they feel like that's worth it. I think to some degree they are subsidizing the lower end tiers. I don't think Microsoft restructured this, Rand, with a view of like, we will shrink Game Pass. They restructured this with a view of like, we will grow Game Pass. And I suppose like we'll find out if that was actually successful at the quarterlies at the end of the month. Maybe it won't.
Yeah, maybe it won't. We have Sean Kramer who says, not really a question to answer, but just want to provide global insight. My Game Pass Ultimate in Taiwan went up from $13.99 to $22.99 USD converted from local currency, a 62% increase, and doesn't even include Cloud or Fortnite Crew, only Ubisoft shit. I pay Nvidia separately to stream PC Game Pass here when I want to play on the go, but at least we make all your chips. That is a monster increase. 62%? Yeah. Pat Rock says, with Xbox being squeezed so hard financially and next gen possibly 12 to 18 months away, do you think Sarah's a choice to either move current production of Xbox out of China or rebuild next gen hardware to other countries? Because those assemblies are not cheap. Neither is retooling a current plant. Maybe that's why Series inventory is so low. They're building a next gen plant in Vietnam and shutting down China simultaneously. I mean, I think they'll probably move some of the production of whatever they do with the next Xbox console elsewhere. You know, I think that'll happen. If they keep the tariffs in place and stuff, it's just too expensive. So you're gonna have to move it.
I think the future of Xbox hardware is like not necessarily mass market. It's targeting people like us, me and you, Rand, and people listening to this podcast, people who've got like existing libraries who want to keep them. I think that's the future of the Xbox ecosystem, and that's completely fine. And I think like in a universe where that is like the Xbox platform, it won't necessarily be mass market, but it'll still be profitable if they don't overstock it, right?
Well, yeah, but that goes to where they build it also.
Yeah. So like in order to obtain those margins, they'll have to move to Vietnam, to India, to Mexico, and other countries that like are not subjected to the same tariff war that China is. I don't know what it is necessarily, but well, I do. But like there is like a specific there is a specific vertical of issues with China, between China and America, at least with regards to what the Trump administration philosophically thinks is an issue. And like, I don't know, maybe one day in 10 years, Rand, we'll say like, oh shit, Trump was right. This was the right thing to do. But at least for right now, it doesn't seem like it's helping the American consumer access lower prices. Whereas regards to like the tariffs are designed to try and bring manufacturing back to America. But if you don't necessarily have like a good plan in place to educate people in order to make those devices, which America doesn't have, then you're going to end up with higher prices. That's just the mathematical reality of the situation, right? I think a lot of it is designed to philosophically to try and harm China's rise, because America has enjoyed a position of the world's #1 economy for many decades now. But China is threatening that. And these tariffs are designed to try and undermine that reality. that philosophical reality, that ideological reality that China could one day beat America, right? China could one day surpass America as the world's global economy. But it won't work without an intelligent plan in place. If you don't have an intelligent plan in place to replace those low-wage Chinese workers in manufacturing assembly lines, you're going to end up in a situation where Americans pay more for no benefit, no fucking benefit whatsoever. And I think that's the path we're on. Maybe it's cynical. Maybe it's fucking cynical, Rand. I don't think it's fucking cynical. I think it's fucking reality, baby. I think what the situation we're going to end up in is that China ends up winning the economy war, and that American and Western, it's not just America, it's UK, Canada, Australia, all those countries. I think we all end up paying more because Trump went really hard on these tariffs without thinking about the consequences or without manufacturing a solution to these tariffs. I think like these tariffs could have worked if they went slow and they had a plan in place to educate Americans and create subsidies to manufacture Xbox consoles on American soil. But there's no fucking plan in place to achieve this. There's no plan in place to achieve this. So all it's going to create is a system that undermines the only American console manufacturer, which is Xbox. It's fucking dumb. It's fucking dumb. It's stupid. It's short-sighted, and it's not going to work. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in 10 years we'll be like, hey, they were right all along. But right now, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the fucking case. I think that's why you're seeing PlayStation more expensive. That's why you're seeing Xbox more expensive. But maybe in 10 years, maybe we sit here and like, shit, bro, they were right all along. Maybe we do have a cheaper Xbox that's manufactured on American soil. Maybe we do have more manufacturing jobs in the West, whether it's America or Britain or whatever. Maybe we do have that kind of shit. But I'm not optimistic, bro. I'm not optimistic, Rand. I'm not fucking optimistic.
We got Darian Roos who says, hey guys, per the Double Fine discussion last week, I think with the smaller studio that can put out smaller games reasonably often, that they'll be very valuable to Microsoft to meet their goal of 75 plus day one games for Ultimate per year. That also makes me wonder, do we know how they are measuring 75 new games per year? Is it a calendar year or a fiscal year or some other calendar altogether? I would imagine we'll probably get 80 plus games, because if a game ends up being delayed and they only put 74 day one games instead of promised 75, they'd be opening themselves up to a class action lawsuit for false advertising. Yeah, I was thinking the same about the 75 plus. Like, are they talking January to December? Are they talking June to July? When does it start and when does it end? Because they're specifically saying we're promising this many. So, games always get shuffled, right? Games get delayed that are supposed to be in Game Pass from 1 year to. Replace was supposed to be out like 2 years ago and it's still not out yet. So stuff always get pushed. As for Double Fine, I would agree with you, but that's just one studio, and that's just one game out of 75. And the thing is, look how long it took them to put out their next game since Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 2 was 2021. It's 2025, so that's 4 years. I don't really think one studio is that important to their goal of 75 plus, day one games. I don't really think, if we're just looking at the total number, we need 75. I don't think any individual studios we have to have this one to reach our 75. Because I don't know if maybe we'll see them put out small games faster. It's clearly Obsidian has, right? Obsidian's, they got Grounded 2 out, they got Outer Worlds 2 out, they got Avowed out, and I'm sure they're probably going to be rolling into their next projects or whatever. Even though Avowed took a long time, but even if 4 years is still a long time, and that's how long it took to do Keeper or whatever else they're doing, maybe their next game comes out next year and it's even shorter, because I think Xbox is going to they're going to be announcing stuff with a shorter lead time. Earlier in this year, we got Ninja Gaiden 4 announced and it's out. We got Keeper announced at the showcase and it's out. Right? I think that's kind of what Xbox is going to do with a lot of their titles. For the bigger titles, like the Elder Scrolls 6, they'll probably announce it maybe a year before, 2 years before, because it is that big and you can start the hype cycles, or if you're doing a Fallout 5 or whatever. But something like a Double Fine game really doesn't need that. But for Double Fine to really kind of get into that thing you're talking about putting games out reasonably fast, then their next game's got to come out in a year or two, for their second team or whatever, because then maybe at that point, if Double Fine can put out a game every 2 years, then they're probably good. But I don't know if it matters too much, because I don't really think they're looking at it like, well, we need this team, because if we don't, we're not going to hit 75 games per year, because they can easily just probably go buy another game to fit that thing. Deku says, howdy boys, I'm getting ready to fly to Seattle from the East Coast for the Halo World Championship. This will be my first gaming event I've ever attended. So I'd like to know, what was your first gaming event you went to, and what was your favorite?
So, go on.
The only one I've been to was E3 2016, and that is my favorite, and it was amazing. Unless you're talking about midnight openings, like when we're all hanging out for Halo 3 or something. But I don't know if I would call that a gaming event. But so mine would be E3's 2016. Go ahead, Jez.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Your favorite gaming event, or your first gaming event and your favorite
Oh,
one.
yeah. I think, like, symbolically, my favorite gaming event was probably my first ever Gamescom, where I slept on an airport bench because I couldn't afford a hotel. I think that was kind of like, it was almost like a trial by fire. Like when I was running xboxmad.net or icxm.net, I really wanted to like break into game journalism, shit like that. I couldn't afford a hotel. I was working minimum wage, part-time, so I had no fucking money whatsoever. And I did a Kickstarter to pay for a hotel. And there was this guy on Twitter called Mr. Xbob, who tweeted something like, don't support these guys, they're Xbox haters or some bullshit like that. Don't support these guys. And I was like, shit, he's right, man. I shouldn't ask people to pay for me to go to Gamescom. So instead of paying, I couldn't afford a hotel. So I tried to kickstart it. So instead of paying for a hotel, I just basically went homeless. I slept in the airport. I slept on an airport bench, on a metal airport bench. Fucking painful, bro. So, but as a result of doing that, I ended up getting hired by Windows Central. So even though it was like painful and miserable, and I queued for like, I didn't have any industry contacts or anything like that. I queued for 9 hours to play Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. It was like a trial by fire. And as a result of doing things like that, and also like, just independently blogging, I ended up getting hired, and I ended up getting, building this platform on Twitter, and also meeting you, and eventually getting flown out to E3, and then starting this podcast, and then ended up in a situation where I've got this amazing community with the Xbox 2 people, everyone in chat and everyone on Spotify and all that kind of shit. So that was my favorite gaming event. He's going to Gamescom on a fucking airport bench.
We have iMike0. Hey, Rand Jez. Insert Squidward meme looking out the window. I'm feeling FOMO right now with everyone getting the Xbox for ROG Ally X. I own the original Ally with the Z1 Extreme processor. Would there have been an incentive for Asus or Microsoft to offer a trade-in program for original Ally owners? With gaming hardware moving more towards an iterative approach like cell phones, this could help get more players into new hardware while recycling parts to keep costs down. Thanks, all you two do, and I cannot recommend Deep Rock Galactic Survivor enough. It will one day be on the Mount Rushmore of roguelites. It's the perfect game for handheld PC or console. So why no trade-in stuff, Jez? For people that had the last version of it to upgrade to the
I think
new
there's
version.
there's like a retailer thing here to some degree. One thing I really need people to understand is that Asus control the distribution of this, they control the price of this, and they likely control things like trading programs and stuff like that. It is an Xbox,
Not made by
marketing. In marketing only. That's why. In marketing only. It's an Xbox in marketing only. In reality, it's an Asus gaming PC. It's not an Xbox. Even though like I'm trolling on Twitter I'm trolling people who get really upset about it, but he's genuinely like not an Xbox. It's a gaming PC. It's an Asus gaming PC. They control the price, they control the distribution, and Microsoft supporting them on marketing and whatever. Which is why I don't think like there's any trading program. You know, Microsoft might offer a trading program potentially on some of their own devices, but Asus just doesn't. You know, I think that's the reality of the situation.
Okay. We got next. We got
I've got an original ROG Ally as well. You know,
right.
so but the thing is, if you've got an original ROG Ally, I hate to say this, but Rand, you don't actually need an Xbox Ally. It's
Sure.
the original ROG Ally is almost as powerful. So I don't think if you've got an original ROG Ally, you don't need an Xbox Ally because all those Xbox features are coming to your device in the coming weeks.
Mm. We have Liam who says, "Hey guys, hope you're both doing well and having a great week. Rand, you are given the opportunity to prevent any more Xbox stepping on those rigs and any doom and gloom for good. Doesn't necessarily mean they change course, but people are just accepting of it. But it means having to either play a Pokemon game from each generation with at least 50% of the games having the Pokedex completed, or play World of Warcraft, max level all classes, complete all raids, pretty much do everything possible in that game. You choosing one of these options, I wouldn't choose either, so I would just let it all die. I would choose none of them. So, I mean, I guess if I had an opportunity to prevent any more Xbox stepping on rakes, but it means I have to either play a Pokemon game from every generation with 50% of the games Pokédex completed, or World of Warcraft, max all classes, complete all raids, pretty much do everything. I have to, which one? And I say I just would let Xbox just die and step on rakes as much as possible because I wouldn't play either.
Fucking hell. You wouldn't play WoW?
No. I mean, if it was like gun to head, you either whatever, I'd probably choose WoW, but I wouldn't do either. I'd just be like, they can step on all the rigs they want.
You know, I think there's a universe where you enjoy WoW.
No, there's probably not. We have good old Collinwood.
No, I genuinely think there is, bro.
Good weekend, Rand Jez. Jez, PC Gamer is part of the future publishing empire. It's also pretty anti-Xbox. Have you ever had to deal with their editors or writers on a professional basis?
PC Gamer, yes. They fucking hate me. So, a few years ago, I called out a PC Gamer headline. So PC Gamer is part of the Future PLC network. So Windows Central is owned by Future PLC. A PC Gamer is owned by Future PLC. But like each individual brand within Future, like whether it's Marie Claire, whether it's Metal Hammer Magazine, or whether it's PC Gamer or Games Red or whatever, they all kind of operate inside independent silos. So like I called out PC Gamer for like a bullshit headline a few years ago, and their editor-in-chief was not happy about it. They fucking hate me. PC Gamer. At least they did a few years ago. I don't know. I've worked with them since then, and we've collaborated on certain things and stuff like that. But back in the day, they fucking hated me. So game journalists hate me, you know, because I've called out. I'm one of the issues, Rand, is that I'm really outspoken. And Rand, like guys, Rand has literally said to me, Jez, you need to shut the fuck up sometimes. You know, Jez, you should calm down and just think about the things you say sometimes. But sometimes I just can't, man. Sometimes I see bullshit and I just can't help myself. Even though it doesn't help anyone, it doesn't help them, it doesn't help me, it doesn't help the community. Sometimes I just can't resist calling out bullshit. So like with PC Gamer, Games Radar, and like other websites within the future brand, and all of these guys they're just doing their job. Some of them are freelancers who have got got quotas or whatever, and they're just trying to do their job. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes I've just been a dick and I've just called that out, and it's my entire fault. It's 100% my fault, and I've sabotaged my own fucking image, I suppose, and pissed everyone off, whether it's Games Radar or like even external companies like Polygon and shit like that. There's so many game journalists who hate me for being like a dick and outspoken and all that kind of stuff. But the thing is, Rand, my North Star is the Xbox community. My North Star is bringing benefits to the Xbox community. And I think things like whether it's like misinformation that negatively impacts the Xbox community, whether it's misinformation that impacts the Xbox developers and anyone that's working in the Xbox ecosystem, that is kind of like my North Star. I want the Xbox platform to be better for the community, whether it's the Xbox 2, whether it's the Xbox 2, whether it's the Xbox community on Twitter, whether it's the Xbox community on Reddit. I try and like do my best to advocate for all of us, for the customers, for the people who are paying into this ecosystem, for the people who are locked into this ecosystem, for better or worse. I want all of us to have a better product. So that's kind of like my North Star. Sometimes that gets me in trouble. Sometimes that gets me blacklisted. Sometimes that pisses off journalists and stuff like that. But it's you guys. It's the Xbox 2 community. It's the Twitter community. It's the Patreon community. It's you guys who've enabled me to escape a minimum wage job. And I will be forever grateful to that. That is my fucking bias, man. That is my fucking bias. My bias is towards you guys. I want you guys to have a better experience. And that's my bias. You know, I want Rand to have a better experience. I want Rand one day to get his Splinter Cell fucking
Yeah, if I get that
budget.
if I get that, it's not going to have anything to do with you. So, we got Sick and
Hey,
Tired
bro,
who says, "Hey
I wouldn't be
guys,
so sure. I wouldn't be so fucking sure, Rand. I've got Ubisoft sources.
yeah." He says, "So is it any clearer what the next Xbox will be? With stores pulling the product and then the Xbox Ally showing a new direction, what is Xbox next going to look like? Is it going to be co-branded by other manufacturers? Are they going to sell the main chip to whoever wants to build their own version of the Xbox like 3DO did? Thanks muchly."
Both.
I guess, yeah, like Jez said earlier, both. They'll make their own. There'll be OEMs that make it with the Xbox branded with the chip. Probably the interface that Xbox Ally has right now, that's probably what it's going to look like, but obviously 2 years from now, so probably be much more functional and better, but that's probably what Xbox is going for, we assume. So
Yeah, I think like what you can assume from the next Xbox platform is like a plurality of devices. I don't know for sure, so this isn't something I've written. In fact, I've speculated this on Windows Central, but I'm speculating it here on the podcast. The way I see the Xbox next generation is like OEMs are gonna like offer devices on the high end and devices on the low end, and then Xbox will sit somewhere in the middle. So like Xbox will offer like the experience, the baseline experience that people expect, but there will be an Xbox that maybe Asus or Razer offers that'll be like $2,000, and maybe it's got a chip that can run, the most high end experience for PC games, but it'll also have the little chip that supports the Xbox ecosystem. Because I think like what is gonna emerge from next generation is that people can make their own Xboxes. I think like one of the things you're going to see from the next generation is there'll be GPUs with the Xbox compatibility chip on the fucking SoC, on the APU. There'll be a chip that people can make their own Xbox consoles with. So, and again, this is speculative. So I think like the next gen Xbox will be more PC like than ever. And I think like that's why the Xbox Ally is so important. So Microsoft can get feedback and Microsoft can test things in a real life environment where they can be like, oh shit, this is fucked. Let's fix this. This is fucked. Let's fix this. So on and so forth. Um, will they get there? I honestly don't know. But if they do get there, can you imagine a console that lets you play any game you want? Can you imagine a console that will run emulators? Can you imagine a console that will run GOG, can run Steam, all that kind of stuff? And maybe you can you can use Xbox for like maybe your legacy experience and maybe like anything you want to play that's first party or Game Pass or whatever. But then there's like this outer experience, this sort of external experience where it's like, shit, I can access all these other launchers. I can access all these other storefronts. I can access this sale from Steam, or I can access this subscription from this other company or whatever. That's kind of like where Xbox is going, I think. And I'm okay with that personally, as long as it works well. If it doesn't work well, then GG. But hopefully it will work well.
All right. Let's get some super chats. We got Cantanker, who says, first live viewing. EA is private now. What will happen to the non-sports games? The Respawn Star Wars games are great, and I really want to see Star Wars Zero Company. Don't say it'll be canceled. Cheers to you two. I think they'll just focus more on stuff that makes the money. So more sports stuff, more Battlefield. Probably, I mean, they've already talked previously about them wanting to do less licensed games. So them probably, I think this probably be like the last Respawn Star Wars game. I don't know what they'll do after that, but they may not do a lot of non-sports games. They'll probably just focus on the big ticket money items, right? That's kind of what
Surely, like the sports games are the big ticket money.
Yeah, that's what I think they'll probably do. John Doe says, Jez, what's up with Absalom? Saw the developer comments, but something seems off. Would suck if this never came to Xbox. What do you think? What's up with Absalom?
So, I will tell you guys now what happened with Absalom. So we did an article about Absalom's. So Absalom is like a brawler that's exclusively not on Xbox right now, which has been a controversial issue in the Xbox community where games exclusively skip Xbox. Mm-hmm. It's really fucking annoying when that happens. Absalom is one of these kind of games. So it basically looks like a better Towerborn, frankly. There's no other way to talk about it. It looks like a better Towerborn. And it's by .emu, I think, and published by Devolver Digital, if I remember correctly. And we published an article from their Discord staff who said that the Xbox version is not a priority right now. But I was messaged by Absalom's PR company, and I will tell you exactly what they said, because they were not happy with the article, and they were not happy with what the comments made by that Discord viewpoint. So our community manager replied to community questions in good faith with no context of our larger company strategy. .emu has always had a strong positive relationship with Xbox and released multiple games on the platform, including this summer's Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. While no plan can be shared as of today, Xbox fans should stay tuned for upcoming announcements. So that does sound to me like Absalom is coming to the platform eventually. It's just an issue of like, they didn't have the bandwidth or something like that. I don't know. So on and so forth. So I think Absalom will come to Xbox eventually. It's just .emu is not the biggest dev in the universe. So maybe they prioritize the platform. So maybe some Microsoft didn't give them a bag or something like that. And this is kind of like their sort of like, well, if you're not giving us a bag, then we're going to leave Xbox till last kind of thing. It is what it is. There are games that skip Nintendo. There are games that skip PlayStation. But it's oftentimes only the games that skip Xbox that get highlighted. Pal World skipped PlayStation, Pal World skipped Nintendo Switch, and it was like the biggest game of its month. And nobody really talked about how like, oh my god, PlayStation's dead because they didn't have Pal World. Like nobody talked about that. It just is what it is.
Face says, Rand, Sony handheld will be OEM or in-house. I would imagine in-house. I don't think an OEM would make it. They would. But it's not. I don't mean in the way that like, oh, PlayStation handheld's an OEM thing. I'm saying like it's probably going to be more like, well, actually I don't know what it's going to be like, but I was just saying if you get more and more people into handheld gaming, then it could blow up that ultra niche market it currently is, especially if the Steam Deck 2 is even more successful, which could then cause Microsoft to be like, all right, let's actually do our own handheld because there's more people there. But if I had to guess, Sony's going to make their own in-house. Grandman says, Phil lied. He lied. Blah, 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 blah. Machine XP says, can we get Jez to write up an article regarding the lack of Xbox achievement support with Ubisoft and EA games on the Xbox PC app? Biggest gripe.
Yeah, I mean, the Xbox app on PC is fucking clusterfuck. There's so many games.
Aren't you actually playing those games through... You're not playing those games on... Like, you're playing it through the app. So you're actually playing those Ubisoft games on Ubisoft, right? So it wouldn't give you Xbox achievements.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Like some Xbox games do Most Xbox games on the Xbox app do give you achievements, but the Ubisoft games do not. Like Ubisoft has done
Is
the
that
absolute bare
because
fucking minimum, bro.
you're just linking your account to like Ubisoft and playing? Because that's how the you're not actually playing like Xbox PC versions of Mass Effect. You're playing the EA port of it on their own app, right? Isn't that how that works?
Not exactly, bro. So when it comes to Ubisoft classics, right, it's the bare minimum implementation. So like Ubisoft has just uploaded the Steam version, no achievement support and anything like that. I think to some degree that's the same is true for EA Play. So like the EA versions of Mass Effect, for example, they don't have any achievements and shit like that. It's really fucking lame. Which is why I don't play those versions of those games because they don't support Xbox properly. You know, Ubisoft and EA, they don't give a fuck about Xbox Play Anywhere, that initiative. They do the bare minimum contractually obligated shit that as part of their whatever, their deal with Xbox Game Pass and stuff like that. I would say to you, the way that you respond to that is to don't support those games. Support the games that do support Xbox achievements like Ball X Pit, the Xbox Play Anywhere games, Ninja Gaiden, Outer Worlds 2, Final Fantasy, Square Enix. Square Enix is actively supporting Xbox Play Anywhere. So those are the kind of games you do want to support. Fuck EA and fuck Ubisoft for not supporting the platform properly. And they can go and get fucked in the
Jeez.
ass.
Oh my god, Jez. You're being ridiculous.
Yeah, bro. No, I'm being fucking serious, bro.
Oh.
Go fuck those games. Like they don't give a fuck about that shit. Like Little Nightmares 3 supports Xbox achievements and all the Xbox games. Silk Song supports it. Even fucking Mortal Kombat 11 supports Xbox achievements. So go and support those games and fuck off Ubisoft and fuck off EA, who do the absolute bare minimum to support this platform. The bare minimum contractually obligated bare minimum. They do not deserve your money. They do not deserve your engagement.
But
go and play one of those other games that do support all that
you
shit.
say that, but you're playing Battlefield 6. You bought Battlefield 6. You gave EA your money.
Yeah, on Xbox.
Oh, you're talking
I ain't
about...
touching it on PC, bro.
No? All right, fair enough.
Fuck those bitches, man.
Zero Bat says, I ordered the ROG Ally X Xbox, but I heard that unfortunately Discord doesn't work on the device. Is that true, Jez?
That's false. That's false. Discord works.
Okay,
I've used it myself.
Discord does
Discord
work.
works. It's a Windows PC. The only issue I would say with regards to Discord is that the app doesn't show up on the My Apps page on the Xbox Ally. So if you do want to use Discord, you do have to like open the Windows desktop and access it like that, which is bullshit. But that's kind of one of the things that like we can leave feedback about. We can say like the Xbox app should list Discord as one of the apps in My Apps on the library and stuff like that. So while it might be fucked today, eventually it won't be fucked. I'm swearing a lot on this podcast.
Yeah.
Are you gonna get demonetized because of this?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, Ron.
But anyways, I think that's the end of the show. We got all the questions. Thank you everybody for tuning in on this over 4-hour plus podcast of just swearing constantly. Do us a big favor, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, check out our sponsor, Surfshark. Links in the description. Pinned to the comments. 86% off. 2-year deal. And don't forget our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2. You can ask questions, get early access to podcasts, all that good stuff. We will be back next week at some point in time. Maybe even with the show during the middle of the week. We'll see. Hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. And we'll see you later. Keep it gaming, guys.
Take care, everybody. And hey, we might have a new